Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, lots of things have transpired over the last several days. We had a F-15E that was shot down. One of the pilots was recovered fairly soon afterwards, maybe within 8 hours, something like that. And there was a missing pilot, but that wasn't really disclosed initially. And so, someone leaked that there was a second missing pilot, and that alerted the Iranians, and they started looking for that missing pilot. Right. So looks like there could be somebody's going to get in some big trouble. Hopefully, they find who leaked. Right. Because this is a problem with the deep state trying to foil the plans of the good guys. Right. The white hats. 20, I think 20 different generals now are not in favor. They may have been released or maybe have been fired by President Trump now, and Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War. So deep state actors are being found. They're being eliminated. This is probably one of the reasons why things are being drug out to find them. I think also to deploy more troops that probably will do a ground invasion at some point, which I don't think will last very long. Iran doesn't have a lot of, military equipment on the ground, tanks and so forth. Probably do to a certain extent, but not on the level that the U.S. can, bring it. So that's probably one of the things that Trump has been doing, also to highlight all of the different countries that are getting involved, especially Spain, France, and Italy, not allowing like overflights and some of the bases to be utilized to fly from. So all of NATO, pretty much. Today, Trump was talking about the pilot that was rescued, and he mentioned towards the end that Japan, Australia, South Korea, and I think maybe 2 or 3 others that had not, that did not want to get involved. They said they wouldn't get involved. So imagine all of the military personnel that are in those bases. So, there's been talk of by Trump to bring, our military back home. So it looks like all of these countries are being exposed, and we're just going to bring our troops home. Right. So will we actually use some of those troops in this ground invasion or some other conflict that may transpire with Taiwan? It remains to be seen. Right. So all of this is basically, it's a worldwide event to take down the deep state. We talked about this for a long time. Other things that have to transpire here at home is a takedown of the deep state judicial system so that military tribunals can, go forward. I've talked to Trennis Evans earlier on a show, and we talked about how probably habeas corpus, like Abraham Lincoln's, is suspended, needs to happen again, right? So also at an event that I went to, which was Bondgate, Professor David Clements also talked about how habeas corpus needs to be suspended so that we can move forward and start to arrest all of these people that are involved in all of these different things. So one of the things that just came out today also was that Nancy Pelosi and another bad actor basically contacted the bomber, the J6 bomber, right, that bombed the DNC and GOP headquarters. So they were actually in contact with them before and after the bombing. So Mike Pence was the other one. So that just came out, and if we didn't have enough, material to convict him of treason, now we're getting more, right? So it's definitely pushing in that direction. When it happens remains to be seen. It should happen as we all think, sooner than later. But I think that things are moving in that direction regardless. I think it's close, but some people don't, right? And we've been talking about this for a long time, and it just keeps getting pushed, it seems like. So who knows? Who knows? All right. So Trump says there was a leaker, like I talked about. I'm going to play that little clip. I watched this whole presentation earlier about the pilot being rescued.
But these two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out, because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation, because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker.
All right. So the leaker and the newspaper, I believe, should definitely be held responsible. So the entire newspaper, they should know better, right? They're basically trained, a lot of these papers, in what to reveal and what not to reveal, and why. So the leaker definitely needs to go bye-bye. All right. So look at all those people that lives were put into jeopardy, right? And, I've heard the IRGC guys, Iranians, that were coming in. So those guys didn't have to die, right? So blood on the hands of the leaker and the information leaker, right? So I think that all the guy that wrote the article, the guy that leaked to him, and then the newspaper, I think they all should be held responsible. You should just shut down the paper or whatever organization leaked it, guys. It's ridiculous. It's complete BS, right? And again, this is something that Abraham Lincoln had to do during the Civil War. He had to go after the papers, right? Because this liberal bullshit is not anything new, right? So yeah, the leakers are treasonous, absolutely. So and you know what happens to people who commit treason? They get the firing squad or the hangman's noose. So a lot of people are very should be held accountable. All right, Trump says Iran faces complete demolitions. So as I'm doing this, it's less than 24 hours East Coast time. So that's 8 o'clock EST tomorrow. All right, 8 p.m. So they have less than 24 hours to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and agree to peace plan or start to work on a peace plan. So like I've said all along, I've dealt with Middle East extremists for decades. They're not going to play. And a lot of people are like, well, how could they put their people at risk? They don't care. They've obviously shown they don't care about their people, because when their people demonstrate, right? Trump talked about that in today. Talked about how tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of women, were protesting against the regime, and they brought out snipers and started to shoot them between the eyes. So this is not. And then basically when they were demonstrating, what was about a month ago now, and Trump said that they're getting information that as they're bombing, they're getting contact from people that are the civilians that are there, and they're like, don't stop, come back, you're close, keep hitting them. And so imagine if you had been for 47 years, your family and so forth had been under this extreme, horrific, dictatorship, that, if you get out of line, women, if they don't wear, the type of clothing they want to, they shoot them in the streets. It's insane. They demonstrated for many times, and the people that demonstrate have been slaughtered, going back to Obama, and then more recently, with the idea that the regime was about ready to collapse. So it hasn't collapsed. I think the only way that it will collapse is just like when we went into Iraq. We're going to have to put boots on the ground. And Iraq was only 26 days, guys. If you look at Kuwait, it was, I think, 100 hours, right, to free that. So it's maybe it'll be a little bit longer than 26 days, but it's not going to be much longer. And we're not going to stay there. We're not going to stay there like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. President Trump doesn't play those games, right? He goes in and gets the job done. He's out. So hours before Trump's comments where he said the entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night, meaning Tuesday night, Trump told reporters at the White House on Monday, repeating his 8 p.m. Eastern time deadline for an agreement. Hours before Trump's comments, the Middle Eastern country rejected a Pakistan-backed ceasefire proposal to end the war and issued a 10-point response. Iranian state media reported Trump described the counterproposal as very significant, but said it was not good enough. So will they come to an agreement tomorrow, knowing that we're going to go in and destroy their bridges and their power plants? You think they really care? They're going to push to the end, guys. That's the way the deep state works. And Iran is basically a deep state puppet, and they're not gonna give. That's my thoughts. So if they do, that's great. A lot of lives will be saved on their end, and probably a few on our end as well. Now, Donald Trump has basically been warning them. It says Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it, he wrote. The president's message quickly escalated when he said, "Open the effing straight, you crazy bastardos." Right? He said bastards. "Or you'll be living in hell. Just watch." Trump raged. And then the line that rose eyebrows, particularly given the Easter holiday, he concluded the post with, "Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump." So they understand holy wars. Now, with the pilot being rescued, the pilot went down on Good Friday. Then 48 hours later, he was rescued, and he was wounded. He climbed up a mountain into a crevasse. He was like in a crevasse, like a cave, right? Kind of like Jesus, right? So wounded, Good Friday, and then he was rescued on Easter. In fact, on Easter, as they're bringing him back, the sun was rising. So very, very interesting, how that all worked out. During that, both Hegseth and Trump said God is great, kind of like what you would hear the Muslims say. So this should be a great sign to the Muslims there in Iraq or Iran, that God, who is God, whose side is he on? So that's pretty impressive. All the things that he went through. If you haven't heard that larger story, you should definitely listen to it. Now, yesterday I put out a video. No, it was the day before yesterday. I put out a video because he was rescued yesterday. So the day before yesterday, I put out a video about SEALs that had rescued pilots, and got Medal of Honor for it. Tommy Norris, right? And then 2 hours after I put that out, or not 2 hours, but not long after I put that out, he was rescued. Maybe it was 2 hours. I don't know. So now, what's interesting about all that is Navy SEALs have been part of rescue missions in the past, and pilot rescue is one of the things that Navy SEALs are trained to do. Right? So supposedly, from what I heard, SEAL Team 6 and elements within the Air Force Special Forces, because SEAL Team 6 has a group of Air Force people that work with us, so combat controllers and so forth, radio telegraph operators and so forth. So radio men and guys that work some other stuff. So they work within us, within our groups, usually, handle different aspects. And, so I remember training with those guys. They're really good guys. Now, as far as like my own experience doing the pilot stuff, I went through SEER training, and not all SEALs go through SEER training. And I was chosen to go through SEER training. So I remember working with the pilots. It was a good experience. One that lives with me to this day. My survival skills are very good, and they have taken them to a much higher level. But I talk about how I broke the waterboard, how they put me on the waterboard and talk, and it didn't work. And then they told me, just start screaming, we'll make it a lot worse for you. So then after the 2 or 3 weeks, I forget how long it was, we did desert and we did mountain, and then we went through prison war camp. You got the beatings and all that kind of crazy stuff, waterboard. And so at the end of it, they debriefed us and they said, who's the guy that broke the waterboard? And usually we only have somebody break the waterboard like every 10, 15 years. So it's been a long time. And so I'm looking around, I was like, wow, I wonder who did that. And then he said, it was one of you SEALs. And I looked over at the other SEAL that was with me. He was in my platoon. And we're both like, oh. And so then he finally points at me and says, it was you. And so after that, for years, I'd say probably for a decade later, all the pilots that were in air crew that were in that class, and there's like 150 or so that go through those classes. And they would introduce me to their families. It was like, this is the guy that broke the waterboard. I would be very embarrassed, but because I'm a low key guy, So it was kind of funny. But I also went to some people in the audience might know what this is, but I can't talk about it. It's called Flashlight Repair School, right? So Flashlight Repair School, and I've also went through other, like SATM B-54, which is the you jump in the nuke, all right, backpack nuke. So I've been involved in some very high speed, top secret stuff throughout my career and in the CIA, of course. But that really stands out to me. The SEER training, rescuing pilots and so forth. It's amazing. There was 157, I think, different aircraft that were involved. Now they talk about how 2 C-130s landed, and the soil is wet, and because I was in Diwania, Iraq, working for the State Department at one time after I left the military. Started working, then eventually I started working for CIA. But we had some vehicles, and we're kind of casing where they were. And so we would go and we'd see where they're mortared us, and then we had a counter battery where we had a Mark 19 that we'd set up on a tripod, and we would fire back at them with 40 millimeter grenades. And one night, after casing them out over days and figuring out where they were, how they were operating, we would go out and we would look at where they were hitting us. So we would look how the mortars would hit inside the compound and the shrapnel that hit along the walls and so forth. And we're like, okay, if we triangulate, we go back over there. And so we go and we looked in this one little area where there was a compound, homes and so forth. So we're driving, our guys were driving down this road, and I wasn't there at the time, but they were driving down this road, and they went to turn around and go back out, and they got stuck in the mud, right? And so they called us for help. So we came in another vehicle, and we're trying to push them out. And then we called, fortunately, we had a military group that was in our compound that would go out and help vehicles that were running up and down the highway going from Kuwait into Baghdad. So they came and pulled us out. They had like these huge tires on this vehicle, and it was like a mechanic type truck, and they had a winch on the front. So they pulled us out of the mud because we had a big old, armored vehicle, armored Land Cruiser. So, and then they had another vehicle that came in, and it like went out into that, because you think with those big tires, it could go wherever it wanted. And so they went out into the mud, and when you looked at it, it just looked like sand. And you're like, oh, it's like good sand. We could just drive over that. But they got stuck. So the other one that was smart, because we told them don't go off the road, they had to pull them out. It was a mess. But that's what those aircraft went through during the winter season where there's rain. It basically gets into the sand, and it's almost like quicksand, right? Now, when it starts to dry out, it'll be different. But at this time of year, 2 of those C-130s, pretty heavy duty ones, they got stuck, and they landed. They had another plan where they landed some lighter ones, and they're loading up little birds, which are UH-7s, I think they are, and they can configure them all kind of different ways. They can put rocket pods on them, or put guys on them that can jump off, and snipers on them, all kind of crazy stuff. So I've seen them in all kind of configurations. But so crazy, operation, stuff that a lot of us have trained for over the years. But what I think it really shows is the incredible dedication and training and expertise that our military has. So, it's a great time to be very proud of America. Even those people that hate America, at this point, they should be a little bit softer, right? But who knows? Some people are just hardcore stupid, I think. But this will, I think, eventually it'll play out in our favor. Now, like I've said, I think they're pushing us, and that's one of the reasons why no one wants to get involved, except for those countries like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Kuwait, Qatar, and all these other places that have been fired upon by Iran, and Iraq. all of them been fired on by Iran. So they want us to like continue to completely destroy this regime that will continue until they're all eliminated, in my opinion, right? So the movement, I think, of troops, we haven't heard about movement of troops anymore, have we? I think they could probably just take the NATO bases, just shut them down, and move the troops from those NATO bases into action. I don't know. Maybe that's going to happen. We'll see. Because it is a very, very long way to like start sending, military vehicles and so forth. Now the Marine Expeditionary Forces have all that, and then they have the Osprey, which would have been perfect for this mission, but that group from San Diego is not here yet. So I think it's very probable that we're going to start another bombing campaign as we're moving troops into position to really make a move to put boots on the ground. So you got to get that strait open. And there's thousands of ships in there with crews that are in very desperate straits because they've been there for like a month, running out of food, running out of water. To make water, they have to be able to move. I think maybe some of them have been moving around so they can make water. So I don't know. They have to get their engines going, to get their distillation plants going and so forth. I've heard of some of them are fishing over the side and getting fish, so they can eat. Probably Filipinos, right? So Filipinos are great at that. I saw them on the ships that I was on over the years. If they got a chance to put a hook over the side, they're going to catch fish, right? So they're amazing. All right. So, and a lot of those sailors are Filipinos, and, they don't make big wages, but they do compared to their country. So they're on those ships, they don't need a lot of them anymore to run those ships, just to maintain them. So, some of these ship companies are telling them, just go through the straits, like kind of go through the strait. Ships are being blown up, and there's talk of mines out there, all kind of crazy stuff. So not a good idea. Start, rolling through the straits. So, we're going to see I think in the next day or so, what's going to happen. I think they're going to get hit. So I think like I said, I think he's been, just stalling this, knowing that they weren't going to really do anything, and just making an effort to show that, hey, we've done everything we can. The world has to have oil. It has to come through here. No one's going to help us. It's up to us. And so we're going to go in. We're the greatest, military in the world right now. We're just going to go in and hammer them. So I think that's what's going to come. So Trump delivers the Easter message, and he says, to be great, U.S. must have religion. And I think he says, this Holy Week, I'm proud to join with Christians across the country and around the world to celebrate the most glorious miracle in all of time, Trump began, the resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. In his life, Christ displayed true humility, and in his resurrection from the tomb will not silence those who place their trust in Almighty God. So he cited a passage from the Gospel of John, referencing John 3:16. As it says in Gospel of John, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son. For whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life, he said. So President continued by pointing to the renewed interest in religion across the country as church attendance, particularly among young Americans, has been increasing. Now, another point to add to this is that in Iran, the greatest number increase of Christians by percentage of any country is in Iran, right? So Muslim mosques, I've talked about this, Muslim mosques are basically falling into disrepair because no one goes to them anymore. So it is moving in a very good direction, I think, worldwide. Even in Canada, they're restricting. They came out with a law because Muslims were coming in front of churches, in the streets, blocking streets and praying. Right? They don't do that anywhere else, and they don't do that in Muslim countries. Right? I know. I've been there. Right? It's been a lot of time in Muslim countries. So they basically passed a law that Muslims can no longer do that. Now, this is Quebec. So this is French Quebec. So they're starting to push back. We know same problems are in France, in England, and Germany, and pretty much throughout Europe, and many states here in America, right? Texas, Michigan, several, of course, in Minnesota, right? So there's lots of issues right now with these Muslims, that are not integrating with America, and some other cultures. I'm talking about Muslims, but there's other cultures that are here that are not integrating as well, right? So it should be you integrate or you go bye-bye, right? Otherwise, you just come in, you're changing America, and you're not going to do that because we have a constitution and America is for Americans, right? So integrating here in our culture is, I think, going to be very, very important going forward. And those that are not doing that will probably be shown the door, right? And so there's going to be lots of flights for a long time out of America, and not just the known illegal people that are here, but also those people here that are integrating, right? And they'll have a choice, of course. But just like we're seeing in Iran, they're not going to go along. It's the way they are, right? It's the way they are. Stupid is as stupid does, right? That quote from that one movie with that one guy that's probably not here anymore. It's fun to point all these things out. Over time, a lot of people are going to be shown to have been taken away, I think. So we'll see. So Forrest Gump, he was pretty brilliant, actually. Pretty simple guy, but in his own simple way, he was brilliant and did a lot of good stuff. Of course, the actor that played his part, not so much. Right? So we'll see some of that be revealed. And maybe some of them don't use deodorant, but a lot of them do wear a lot of cologne. Right? So they mask that with cologne, I guess. I don't know. But I've known a lot of Muslims over the years, and most of the ones I've met have been great. But the ones that are running a lot of these radical groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, they're the Shia, right? So the Shia are basically controlling Iran right now, and of course the Shia are basically funding the Yemen radicals, Shia radicals, the Hamas Shia radicals, and the Hezbollah Shia radicals, and some radicals that are in Afghanistan and Iraq. And so, we're going to have to take it out. And who knows, maybe there's going to be problems for us here in America. I think there already are, but I think it's coming. That's why I keep bringing it up. It has to be dealt with. All right. So a lot of you guys have some good chat in here. So those who have another country to go to and support the other country need to leave ASAP. Americans are done with them. Yes, we are really. But I guess those people that have made themselves in charge, right, have basically allowed those types of people to come in and take over, not only here in America, American cities and American states, but also in Europe. So that has to be turned around. All right, guys. Just want to come in and point out some of these things that are foremost. I think it's a wait and see about the what's going to happen for strikes tomorrow if they get extended again. I can imagine they are. It sounds like Trump is pretty much because we can't keep bombing these guys like this. We have to go in and like just hammer everything. All right. So taking out their power source, basically, there's probably power sourced a lot of these missile systems that are still, flying around and striking targets. So that's going to get taken away, and so more, and so much more. The bridges, so they can't move around. Now we can come in with our military, and we have bridge making capabilities where we just come in. It's like within minutes we'll have a bridge over something. So I don't know. We'll see. Or we can just jump them in, right? 82nd Airborne, 101st, Screaming Eagles. It's just like drop them in, and they'll take over. Drop them in with all their gear, their tanks, their Jeeps, or Humvees, and all that stuff. They've done that, right? But of course, you got to own the sky, and can have man pads, which a lucky man pad shot, take down aircraft. So we'll see. So yes, buy tons of silver, right? So silver will probably, I think, go much, much higher, right? 250 by mid-year, maybe 500 by the end of the year, 1,000, a couple of years out, 20,000 possibly for gold, right? So these are long-term because we're in a long-term bull market for precious metals. And we're also going to see, because I've seen it, it's like a cup and handle on oil. Go all the way, almost same thing that happened with silver, guys. It's same thing with oil, right? So we're probably going to see oil, unfortunately, go a lot higher, right? So that's gonna really, hammer the economy. And every time that happens like that, then silver and gold really tick off, right? So you want to be in a good position to own as much as you can. And then as things get bad, you can tap into that, keep yourself going, right? I did that the last go around when CIA thought they're going to completely destroy me. And I had all that gold and silver. And I was able to keep going. So we're going in probably another pretty tough time economy-wise. Those of you guys that have seen my bond and the all the different taxes that we have, that it's a tsunami that's coming. It can't be stopped. So we're going to have a collapsed economy. So that's a done deal. Yeah, Bo Pony says 20,000 an ounce for gold. So there's a lot of people saying it. So I've been saying it for a while. Yeah, the death clock secret window. I think that's pretty cool. I think that there's a lot to that. Yeah, and Dr. Kirk Elliott and I have been talking about that for years. So there's signaling and reveals that are going on everywhere. So it's not going to be openly talked about, but you'll have to be able to tune into me and other people that decipher it for you, or better yet, do it on your own. And this we confirm what you came to, right? And that's ideally what we all want to be. We all want to be working together, we the people, to take down this evil. And part of this evil is taking down, Iran. And until that gets taken down, it's a threat. So I think, of course, there's all the people that don't believe it, that they were very, very close to a nuclear weapon. They've been telegraphing it for years, right? That they're getting close. And so a lot of reveals. So we have the Artemis 2 that's going around the dark side of the moon right now. So that's very interesting. So we're going to have reveals on all this stuff. Now, I've had people come in and say, because I believe there is a moon. So, and then there's people that don't. Yeah, so we'll find out, I guess. Find out what's real. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Black Swan financial event collapsing, petrodollar. 63 major U.S. banks, tens of thousands of small banks closing across the world. Be prepared. Withdraw your money. Stock food and cash as a global lockdown begins. 10 to 12 days communication darkness with banks, ATMs closed, quantum financial system fully ignited, gold-backed GCR in 209 nations. Your account was mirrored on the QFS, but won't be available until after lockdown. Judy note, trust the plan. White hats continue mass arrests of Satan-worshipping deep state cabal. The Rothschilds and Rockefellers' bloodlines end in tribunals, while millions of children have been saved from adrenochrome farms and find healing in medbeds. Black Swan financial event collapsing the petrodollar. Prosperity payments launch under the new QFS. Stock food and cash as the global lockdown begins. Trump's genius has the globalists cornered with no escape as QFS blockchain records every stolen cent and returns it to the people. On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the global currency reset and NESARA laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent revealing hundreds of billions in stolen taxpayer funds and offering up to 30% rewards to citizens and whistleblowers if they help recover the money. Saudi Prince MBS has revealed that President Obama gave Iran $150 billion. They used the money to make missiles, drones, finance, and arm terrorists like Hamas, Ansar Allah, and Hezbollah, and offer safe harbor to the leaders of Al-Qaeda. Blackout EBS, QFS, Starlink Satellite Network, Trump Security Center on Telegram. By Sunday, April 5th, 2026, the new quantum financial system takes over. All deep state controls over global banking, mass asset searches begin against corrupt elites worldwide. Release of NESARA funds were the bullets that would kill our corrupt world banks, create a stock market, and deep state corporations collapse connected to the Vatican. The new Starlink satellite network is now reported to be fully operational, with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat-based SWIFT financial system is said to be offline, replaced by a new gold asset-backed global financial framework now functioning worldwide. Corrupt cabal banks across the world set to collapse. 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the world. Withdraw your money now. Worldwide blackout. Trump gave go-ahead for massive global military operation. With EBS activation, thousands of elites set to be arrested. At any moment, the emergency broadcast system is expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. An 8-tone alert is anticipated over all cell phones worldwide, followed by a temporary worldwide blackout. Afterward, synchronized broadcasts will begin transmitting across all platforms. The EBS is expected to instruct citizens to remain in a location of their choosing in preparation for a global lockdown. lasting approximately 10 to 12 days. During this time, air and rail travel will be suspended. People are encouraged to store essential supplies such as food and water. However, provisions will be distributed by military forces where needed. Throughout the lockdown period, the EBS will continuously broadcast announcements related to Nasara Jasara funds released to the public, accompanied by extended documentary-style disclosures airing 24 hours a day across all media channels. This phase is expected to continue for 10 to 12 days under temporary martial law, described as necessary to maintain stability, while a global military alliance conducts large-scale arrests of individuals accused of corruption and treason. By the end of the 10 to 12 days, the old systems of government, judicial, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will have been dismantled and replaced with improved systems geared toward freedom and independence for all. Global Currency Reset. On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the Global Currency Reset and Nasara Jasara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce, the big call.
What we think we know as of Monday, the 6th of April, 2026. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. We got 'em. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew office members, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel, and who I am thrilled to let you know is SAA and sound. President Donald J. Trump. Breaking special report. We got him. Trump announces daring U.S. rescue in Iran. American colonel saved Ardor. Being hunted by Iranian forces. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. FBI Director Kash Patel is sounding the alarm on the Federal Reserve. He's urging everyone to wake up and realize the Fed isn't a public institution. It's a private entity, run by the elite robber barons who built this. They're rigging the currency game for their own gain. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. 20. CIA and FBI agents confirmed that former U.S. President Barack Obama and a former CIA director fabricated the Russia hoax, which was locked away in a CIA vault for nearly a decade, to discredit Trump's election by manipulating intelligence. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. Boom. 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS tariffs in. Income tax OUT. Trump's signature on dollar signals return to pre-1913, prosperity and true sovereignty. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. Fox News. Federal charges have been filed in the alleged misuse of Governor Newsom's homelessness funds in California. Gavin Newsom's California Medicaid program alone has reportedly lost $146 billion per year due to fraud. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. The fake Artemis mission to the moon. Worse than anyone could have predicted. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. California Democrats just legalized stealing your Bitcoin. This communist hellhole passed a bill to seize your Bitcoin after just 3 years of inactivity on exchanges, under fake unclaimed property laws. This is government theft, and outright communism. Sunday, the 5th of April, 2026. Bombshell announcement. Treasury Secretary, hundreds of billions stolen. Up to 30% reward to expose IT.
It's Monday. It's the 6th of April, 2026, bringing Easter to a close. It's been an incredible period of time. So much going on right now behind the scenes. And all of this was predicted 34 years ago by Bill Cooper. He referred to it as the Battle of Armageddon. This was the whole plan to destroy the sovereignty of all countries and all borders by the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati, the 13 Phoenician families. This was their plan. And had Trump not come along, this would have continued and everything would have been over by now. But Trump got in the way and stopped this happening. But in the movie, in the pantomime that we're watching right now, it's being played out so that you and I can see what they were doing. Because if we were unable to see it, we would never believe what these people wanted to try and do. You can point the finger at whoever you like. But this is all part of the agenda to show people, to show the world exactly what's going on and what's happening at the moment in Israel. And that's why I could say with confidence 4 or 5 years ago that the final stage would be that Iran takes out Israel. Because this is a very important factor. In their game, they wanted complete control over the region. That was the whole plan of Israel. The greater Israel, expanding into many countries. That's why they would never define their borders. But that has been halted. There are many people out there watching this right now who still can't make head nor tail of what's going on. A lot of people out there go, well, Trump's crazy. Did you see what he posted? You crazy bastards. I mean, who tweets that sort of thing? But this is all part of the movie. This is all part of the awakening. And there are those people who are not seeing through it. Are you? Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, following from that, Donald Trump has warned Iran to reopen the Straits of Hormuz by 8 p.m. or face immediate strikes on key infrastructure. Tehran has rejected the demands with no further extensions expected. Oil has already surged past $110 a barrel, and any escalation risks wider retaliation across the region, threatening energy supplies and regional stability. This is a critical moment in the ongoing conflict, with global markets on high alert.
Well, this is all very entertaining because this threat has come along. And of course, we're now starting to see that the hegemony that the US has had for many, many years has disappeared. And this is all part of the exposure. And in response to Donald Trump telling them they have to open the Strait of Hormuz by 8 o'clock tonight, Russia's turned around and said to Europe, through the negotiators, if you're prepared to pay for your oil from us in euros rather than dollars, then you can go through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Europe is between a rock and a very hard place because they're being offered oil at a discounted price as long as they pay in euros. Now, first of all, Europe is now looking at the US and going, well, you didn't do much to defend us recently, so that seems like a fair deal. The problem is for the states, they need the revenue just to pay the interest on the debt that they have already. So they're between a rock and a hard place. And as all part of the pantomime, it's all brewing up beautifully. But just remember, you're watching a movie, so it is going to be dramatic. Enjoy the movie. Drew.
Next up, Viktor Orban has called an emergency defense council meeting after explosives were found near a major Russian gas pipeline linked to Serbia and Hungary. Alexander Vukic says devices were discovered just meters from the Balkan Stream route. Orban has described it as a suspected act of sabotage, with security now tightened. This incident comes just days before Hungary's parliamentary elections.
All of this is part of the exposure. Viktor Orban has been on the side of good for a very long time. He's been standing up to the elites, the global elites, as they call themselves. They're the only ones that call them this. And talking of global elites, none more so than those who call themselves the British royal family. For the fact is that they were dismantled in 2017. The UK has always been royalists and royal lovers. We're now watching the tide is turning as Charles declares himself a Muslim and William the same. The British public will wake up in a hurry to that. Well, that was the news.
Sunday, April 5th, Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman reveals that President Obama gave Iran $150 billion, and the IRGC didn't even build a single street without money. The storm has arrived, 47 on Telegram. Instead, they used the money to make missiles and drones, and on top of that, they also used the funds Obama provided them to finance and arm terrorists like Hamas, Ansar Allah, and Hezbollah. With these funds, Iran offers safe harbor to the leaders of al-Qaeda, including one of Osama bin Laden's sons. Obama is by far the worst man to ever set foot in the Oval Office. The neoliberals like Hillary Clinton, Victoria Nuland, Samantha Power, etc., who ran his administration did so deliberately in order to keep the region destabilized and to use Iran as a buffer to prevent the Gulf states and Israel from amassing too much prosperity.
Of course.
But it seems to me like they're going all in now, Ghost. They're going all in, like the Iran war. Their nuclear holocaust card has been fumbled, and now they're like, oh crap, let's bring in, I don't know, let's launch Artemis and let's go with the aliens. Let's do it. I think that's what's playing out next.
It's a possibility. I'm not looking in that direction much, other than okay, Artemis. There's other things behind that I know you and others might disagree with, but you know, I have a different vantage point on all of that. So I actually would like to go into that stuff, but that'll be not now. Then, because certain things have to play out as is. We did so far dodge a very bad bullet stateside. That is not to say everything is safe and hunky-dory. It isn't.
Explain
Again,
that. What do you mean we dodged a bullet
uh,
stateside?
let's say a black swan / false flag type thing that would have scared the shit out of so many people. It wouldn't have been funny, but
When did we dodge that? When are you talking about? Go into detail. It's because Juan told me the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm rather intimate with the situation, so there's very little I can really say other than that. And I would ask the audience to please forgive me, but has to remain that way for the time being. But we did, and it was stateside.
I know this. The deep state's got to know this. They know Trump's getting ready to make the move, and that's why all these psyops are coming out right now.
Yeah, and all of the crazy information. I have never seen it this bad before, but we said how many years ago? It will increase, and the closer you get, the crazier it's going to get. And it's been absolutely insane, especially with all the AI nonsense out there. But it was almost a free-for-all for a number of years, especially during Yeltsin's tenure. And until Putin came in, did a lot of that get reined in. But the bottom line was the damage was done. These were out there, and they're not the kind that readily just rot away. If certain things are removed and maintained, yeah, the danger is still there. And with what Iran was doing in the refining of 61% purity in U-235, that's weapons grade. Ideally, you want it up at 90%, but 65, 70% will do. It just is what you'd call a dirtier detonate. So that still is possible in that theater and potentially anywhere in the world, including here. And no one should be in denial over this. But who, in the end, would be utilizing it? Don't fall for what you're told if something like that should occur. Just a caution.
So we
But I
know.
have a feeling if something like that did occur, this administration would go for the throat and all involved would be,
Well,
it wouldn't be a cover nonsense because too much of that is actually falling apart in these networks.
we have Donald Trump having a national prayer day. I think it's May 17th. I'm not sure on the exact date. People may correct me on that one. I think it's something like May 17th. And Juan, when I've talked to Juan about this, he's very concerned about it. He's like, listen, we all need to come together for what's coming. And I've had some very serious discussions with him on the phone about what's coming. And I've been very sincere to my audience and as transparent as I can be without you losing trust or betrayal or betraying somebody. But there's some big stuff coming, right, Ghost? I mean, this is going to be.
There is.
Within 48 hours, global financial system expected to crash. Stock market been on verge of collapse for the last 3 weeks. Within 48 hours, quote from President Trump, if Iran doesn't open the strait within 48 hours, all hell breaks loose. Within 48 hours, expect EBS trumpets to sound for 10 to 12 day lockdown across the globe, while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests on over 700,000 indictments. Judy note, today on Easter Sunday, April 5th, we awaken to freedom from debt and new beginnings as President Trump's Global Military Alliance finished his arrests of thousands of Satan worshiping during the greatest transfer of wealth in history. President Trump also promised that within the next 48 hours, all hell would break loose if Iran did not open the strait to oil shipping. All hell might come anyway by Monday to Tuesday, 6th, 7th April, as the stock market was expected to crash, causing the global financial system to collapse by around Friday, April 18th. Sometime soon, under temporary martial law, the EBS trumpets were set to sound for a 10 to 12 day lockdown across the world as the Global Military Alliance finished mass arrests on over 700,000 indictments against deep state Satan worshiping patriots around the world were on high alert as the White Hats prepared for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law. Trump's Operation Hammer was about to be made public. It involved the White Hats military, which was in the middle of making arrests on over 700,000 sealed indictments, has been holding thousands of JAG military tribunals and executing those who have committed treason. In the last 72 hours, the mass arrest count has doubled. Top figures in media, finance, and politics were now detained in undisclosed locations. Once the final notes fall, the full EBS sequence will begin, expected within the next 48 hours. On Saturday, April the 4th, 2026, with the global currency reset fully ignited and Nazara laws signed into effect by President Trump, the deep state cabal's financial empire began to collapse as the gold-backed quantum financial system took over. Banks went dark temporarily while accounts mirrored to the new system. Tens of thousands of small banks across the planet and 63 large U.S. banks have collapsed because they could not back up their monies with gold or other assets. $517 billion has been lost. It was highly recommended you withdraw monies from your present bank before the bank freezes your account. There will be a short period where all banks will be closed and ATMs won't work, so you will need the cash. Part of the reasons for such drastic measures as mass arrests were occurring could be found in the DOJ audits of U.S. taxpayer monies, which have been feeding government fraud schemes and then money laundered back into the pockets of very corrupt congresspeople who wrote and voted for the bills. Saturday, April 4th, blackout, EBS broadcasts, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. As of this hour, the Global Military Alliance has full control of key satellites. Starlink is armed and ready. Expect EBS trumpets to sound within 48 hours. Mass arrests were accelerating. Rothschild strongholds have been raided with special forces funneling over 50,000 high-level traders to Gitmo. EBS broadcasts were not to be confused with an emergency alert system, activation that was expected at any time. A new 5,000 plus army of Starlink satellites was already in place to take over mainstream media satellites and the EBS broadcasts. On this Starlink system, the EAS will broadcast the global military alliance's takedown of the cabal, showing arrests and tribunals of global elites charged with crimes against humanity. The documentaries have been made in 55 languages and 600 dialects. They will be shown on all channels across the planet. Saturday, April 4th, imminent blackout, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. For weeks, the grid has been whispering the same pattern. Banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out. Sick? That's not noise, that is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays, canceled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels, no call-ins. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new term screen. Airport boards that show on time, while terminals are held at the gate. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic, that is the bridge. What it means, the blackout is the curtain, so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock, so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systematic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical information. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp, you will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity without social security number. Jasara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid is taking custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position, breathe, watch the quiet. Saturday, April 4th, prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law, beginning very soon. Military to distribute provisions where needed. 107 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law, beginning very soon in April 2026. This coordinated global military alliance operation launches the final international crackdown, deep state cabal that has controlled humanity for centuries. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water, and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for his historic strike with the alliance already surging. Arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations and charges for child trafficking as the vast network tied to the Vatican royals and global leaders collapses. Special Forces rescues of American children from South American cartels highlight the commitment to leave no child behind, exposing underground horrors. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes, and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed Nasara Jasara laws, erasing all illegitimate debts, ending the IRS, and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The UBS broadcast nonstop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government, finance, education, and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm QAnons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschilds, Clintons, Gates, and entire cabal panic as their empire crumbles, with medbeds activating to heal patriots, veterans, and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Borders strengthen, sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance, and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle, now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones, and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. An historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Nasara Jasara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert: the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS emergency broadcast system, martial law, and mass arrests of pedophiles by the military, buy food, toilet paper, and medicine. This is a real alert. This is not a test. Web 3.0 ISO 200. Monday, April the 6th, Black Swan event. Petrodollar comes to an end. Global financial crash, prosperity, payments, and Jasara wealth drops begin. Wounded veterans and rescued dumb children move to the front for healing as the golden age accelerates. Jasara prosperity payments begin pouring into approved projects, empowering we the people to rebuild our republic. On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the global currency reset and Nasara Jasara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce, the big call. Military sources now said that April 5th, 6th, 7th, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday were now possible notification dates for Tier 4B to set their exchange appointments. People with Zim were to obtain their medbed appointments starting Thursday the 9th, Friday the 10th. Guru information and intel, Saturday, April the 4th, Right now, authorities dig into Epstein's Zorro Ranch. What lies beneath is shaking everything. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Right now, investigators in New Mexico are combing through Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch, a 7,500-acre compound south of Santa Fe, searching for what may be buried beneath years of silence. The operation was triggered by newly surfaced files, including a chilling 2019 email from a former ranch worker claiming 2 foreign girls died and were secretly buried on the property. State authorities reopened the case in early 2026 after receiving unredacted federal documents. Attorney General Raul Torres ordered a full investigation, while a bipartisan truth commission was formed to examine years of alleged trafficking and abuse tied to the site. On March 10th, teams entered the ranch with permission from its own new owners, deploying ground-penetrating radar and excavation equipment across targeted areas identified by the email and tipsters. No confirmed remains have been reported so far, but the search is ongoing, and the scale of the land suggests it could take weeks or months. At the same time, testimonies continue to surface. Victims described being drugged, isolated, and later woke up connected to unknown medical equipment with no memory of what happened. Some report invasive procedures and lasting damage. These claims align with Epstein's known interest in genetics and reproduction. He openly discussed using the ranch as a base to create his own lineage and even asked women to bear his children. Survivors including Johanna Zoborg, Virginia Gouffre, and Annie Farmer have described abuse tied to Epstein's properties, including Zorro Ranch, where young girls were allegedly flown in and kept under strict control. Despite these allegations, the ranch was never fully searched after Epstein's 2019 arrest. Reports indicate federal agencies were aware of key tips, including the burial email, but failed to act for years, raising serious questions about oversight and protection. Evidence suggests the ranch functioned as a controlled environment where individuals could be brought in, isolated, and exploited. Recruitment, transport, and abuse were allegedly coordinated, often targeting vulnerable young women with promises of money or opportunity. Now, pressure for accountability is building. Lawmakers demand full access to federal files, while investigators cross-reference testimonies, flight logs, and financial links. Public tipsters have also provided images suggesting disturbed ground resembling burial sites. Investigators face a potentially altered crime scene. But the renewed search marks a turning point. If even part of these allegations is confirmed, it would expose not just isolated crimes, but a system that operated for years under protection. For now, the digging continues, and with every layer uncovered, the pressure grows. Because if the truth is buried there, it will not stay hidden much longer. And just a side note, I don't find it a coincidence that this Zorro Ranch is located in New Mexico, probably not far from Dulce, New Mexico, where they found that underground lair of evil brown grays when Phil Schneider was digging those tunnels years ago, and then he was murdered for what he saw. Not a coincidence.
The 5th of April, 2026. Friday the 3rd of April, 2026. Pam Bondi shut down a federal investigation into Pfizer for international corruption and bribery. Bondi had previously provided legal services for Pfizer. Now, she's been fired. Friday the 3rd of April, 2026. President Trump. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East, and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Iran has nitrogen monoxide ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. President Donald J. Trump. Friday the 3rd of April 2026, the fake moon landing. What really happened in 1969? Saturday the 4th of April 2026. Cuba is officially freeing over 2,000 prisoners, as part of a humanitarian program set up under pressure from President Trump and Marco Rubio. Saturday the 4th of April 2026. These deep state global elites have been confirmed as being under arrest by the Global Military Alliance with their military tribunal held or pending. Hillary and Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, John Podesta, John Brennan, James Comey, Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Hunter Biden, George W. Bush, Anthony Fauci, Huma Abedin, Bill Gates, Anthony Weiner, George and Alexander, Soros, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, George and Alexander Soros, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Chuck Schumer, Kamala Harris, Robert Mueller, Mike Pence, Joe Biden, James Clapper, Dick Cheney, John Kerry, Loretta Lynch, Andrew McCoby, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, James Baker, Eric Holder, Tony Podesta, Susan Rice, Harry Reid, Paul Ryan, Debbie Wasserman, Schultz, Sally Yates, Mitt Romney, Jerry Nadler, Klaus Schwab, Michelle Obama, Andrew Cuomo, H.R. McMaster, Deborah Birx, Mark Zuckerberg, Nikki Haley, Brian Kemp, and Lloyd Austin. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. Gavin Newsom's California Medicaid program alone has lost $146 billion per year due to fraud. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. Bombshell alert. IRS accused of using AI to spy on Americans' bank accounts. No warrants. No crimes. American Media Group. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. PBS News. Pam Bondi has been officially fired from the Department of Justice for using her position to cover up for child traffickers linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Bondi was more concerned about the stock market, handed out fake binders, and stalled investigations. She will be remembered as an elite pedophile protector. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. Why are we the target in the battle between good and evil? Mel Gibson's message before Easter will shake you. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. Until 1974, Chicago had what was called the ugly law. Where non-perfect people could not go out in public, Chicago banned ugly people #history #facts. Saturday, the 4th of April, 2026. Breaking alert. Trump issues final warning to Iran, 48 hours before all hell will rain down. April 4, 2026.
Friday, April 3rd, buckle up, Patriots. We're going deep underground, unmasking the NATO CIA secret underground base near Kyiv, Ukraine. Mr. Pull on Telegram. Fresh 2026 intelligence leaks expose a massive NATO CIA underground base hidden near Kyiv, Ukraine, operating as the globalist deep state cabal's central command. This high-tech labyrinth of tunnels and secret chambers launches attacks on American sovereignty and sparks global chaos from the shadows. Placed strategically on Russia's border, the base reveals the true evil agenda of NATO and CIA puppet masters. Ukraine serves as their prime battlefield for endless wars, bioweapon stockpiles, and surveillance against patriots worldwide. Deep sources confirm the fortress expanded late 2025 houses spy tech and illicit virus labs meant to cripple nations and force the New World Order. The deep state turned Ukraine into a black money hub, while white hats collect evidence of their crimes against humanity. Whistleblowers now linked to Europe's vast dumb network, trafficking children and hiding free energy tech. Patriots recognize this as the exact satanic network Q exposed, with CIA NATO enforcing elite depopulation schemes. Global security hangs in the balance. The cabal uses this lair to manipulate elections, false flags, and World War III triggers, all on American taxpayer dollars. We pay for all the evil in the world, don't we? Without knowing about it. Yet justice advances fast. Trump's loyal military forces close in throughout 2026, making this exposure the start of their empire's collapse. Leaks tie it straight to deep state holdouts in Washington. Every patriot must remain alert. This unmasking proves the plan is active and winning. White hats are destroying these operations from inside, flooding light into their darkest hideouts. The awakening spreads like unstoppable wildfire. The underground battle rages. But humanity's victory is imminent as the deep state falls. The storm has arrived. Stay united and ready for total disclosure.
I have just moved my self back to Canada because there's a lot going on in North America, and I think I need to be here to help people. The first thing I've noticed is that Donald Trump has been acting like a bull in a china shop with his talk about a 51st, turning Canada into a 51st state. That's not really what's happening. What's happening is that the United States is bankrupt, and Canada, the 10 provinces and three territories of Canada have very generously offered to allow the 50 US states and 17 US territories to become part of the United States of Canada. Now, why is it going to be called the United States of Canada? This is because, according to international law and tradition, the first people to find a place get to name it. Now, the so-called first European who discovered America was Christopher Columbus, but they say that Amerigo Vespucci, an Italian aristocrat, was the first person who discovered that North America was a continent, and so they call it America. But the point is that he wasn't the first either. The people who already lived here had a name for the place. They called it Kanata, which means home. So according to international law, what's going to happen is that a new nation of the United States of Canada is being negotiated. Right now, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the UK and a bunch of technocrats from Canada, including my colleague David McGuinty, are in Washington to negotiate things. But these people don't seem to understand what's really going on. Trump, turned around and said, we've got to stop fentanyl imports from Canada. That's why we're going to put on a 25% tariff on everything. But if you actually look at the example he gave, it's from Seattle, Washington. There's a bunch of Mexicans got caught bringing stuff up from Mexico. And so the point is that he's just using this as an excuse to try to sledgehammer negotiations. And that's not how you go about it. And again, the in a bigger picture, okay, the United States has been like this low-level punk who's been hanging around a shopping mall, buying everything on his tab and not paying, and then causing, setting fires and robbing stuff here and there. And everybody in the shopping mall said, "Look, we're sick of this. We're gonna, cut this guy off until he straightens his act out." So internationally, the United States has been waging war almost nonstop, getting resources from the planet and not paying for them. And the whole planet said enough is enough. So for Trump to say he's going to impose tariffs on everybody, it's like somebody who's not paid his tab for 20 years saying, I'm not going to go to I'm not going to shop here anymore. Well, so what? You're not paying anyway. Who cares? So they need to be a bit more humble. What's really happening, what really has been negotiated with the Asians is that they're willing to forgive. And I've been directly involved in these negotiations. I speak firsthand. The Asians are willing to forgive the trillions and trillions of dollars of U.S. debt and start with a clean slate with a new country of United States of Canada or North America. But they are asking for certain things in exchange. One, of course, is they want to have people have an accurate understanding of Asia. And I've lived there for 40 years. I just moved back. But basically, all they want is friendly relations, which is actually all the Russians want too. That's they just don't want to be bludgeoned and stolen from. So they're not asking for anything super hard. It's just common sense. Act like a decent neighbor, and then we'll all be happy. In any case, threatening tariffs on stuff that Trump is doing is completely unrealistic. You have what's known as reality. So you have these giant hydro power stations in northern Canada creating super cheap energy, which is then used to create huge amounts of cheap aluminum and steel, which is then used to make U.S. cars more competitive. And to suddenly put a 25% tariff on that is like shooting yourself in the foot. Same with all the Canadian oil. So the whole negotiating is starting from the wrong perspective. Trump making threats that he can't follow through because they're all bluffs based on lies, and avoiding the real discussions. And the real discussions is we need to start afresh with a new capital. And the proposal we're making is we set up a new capital either in Manitoba, which is the exact geographical center of North America, or in Idaho, and we build new institutions from scratch while incorporating the functional parts of what's existed so far into them. And this is what the negotiations are supposed to be about, not about, Trump bludgeoning Canada and forcing it to be submit as a state. That's not the way it's going to work. And you got to remember, well, this is not just about Canada. This is the entire Five Eyes. This is the Anglo-Saxon nations. And now we appreciate Donald Trump, ending the war in Ukraine and starting to talk common sense internationally. But, it's time to be more calm and work out the really nitty-gritty problems. That's what's ahead of us. And the other thing, of course, people really need to understand is that the entire current paradigm is broken. It's dysfunctional. It's going to collapse. Everybody knows that. It's a mathematical certainty. It's the same for the Chinese. Their real estate bubble is not something they're going to solve within the current system. They have to redo everything. And those are the negotiations we need to start right now. That's why I returned to North America, so I can be involved to get this happening where it counts. And, that will happen. But we need to start by, discussing reality and not making up fake stories about fentanyl or other things like that, or threatening tariffs. That's just non-productive. So in any case, the negotiations have begun, and a new country will be born, and hopefully the cleanup will begin. I'm hearing they're finally going to release the Epstein files. That should be a big one, because once those are out, we can identify the people who need to be removed from power, and that'll make it a lot easier for us to work out, new arrangements that are mutually beneficial. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It says, I might be wrong, but I've always thought that the tariffs were the main source of income to run the federal government prior to the creation of the 1913 banker-owned Federal Reserve and associated personal income tax. Are Trump's tariffs a march towards eliminating the privately owned Fed and income tax?
They're definitely, the original U.S. Constitution makes it clear that tariffs were going to be the source of the federal government's income. But we got to remember, we're talking about a situation that existed 250 years ago. And, using 250-year-old solutions for current day problems is a bit naive. And what my own and other expert studies of the most successful economies of the 20th and 21st centuries show is that we need to base a new system on the most successful models. And these were, for example, Nazi Germany before they started the war, where they lifted the Germans out of poverty in no time, and everybody suddenly had a Volkswagen and summer holidays and health insurance. Or Canada, where the government created money to pay for schools and highways and the military and everything without taxes or debt. Or the post-war Japanese system, which allowed decades of double-digit economic growth while everybody was middle class. So we need to have control of the central banks back in the hands of the elected representatives of the people. And then we need to build a new system based on best practices from before. And I'd like to say one more thing about the current United States system. You have, the Chinese, they have like 5-year plans where they want the country to be 5 years from now. And then they have 10-year plans where they want to be 10 years from now. They have 50-year plans. They think about the future in the long term, and they build things up, towards that future. In America, they have a president, and for 4 years, and he fires everybody, and then he starts things for the next 4 years. And 4 years later, maybe you get a new president, and suddenly everything changes again. You're not going to be able to compete with the Chinese when you have that sort of system. We need to have long-term planning of the people, by the people, and for the people, so that we can, outcompete the Chinese instead of just becoming Chinese serf. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to outgrow us and outcompete us until we improve our fundamental economic management system. And that's not going to happen by tweaking what exists now because it's mathematically broken. So we need to, get down to the real negotiations. And that's why I'm back in North America. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you give us an update on the whole situation going on between the IDF and Palestine? There seems to be a couple minor false flags happening with the bus bombs and with Hamas displaying some coffins with the 4 allegedly dead hostages. How do you see this all playing out over the next month or so?
In my worldview, Hamas and Israel are the same people, and they're out there saying we're going to cause more and more atrocities and more and more mayhem until we get what we want. And when I look at actual real information, it's pretty clear that Israel has already lost the war, and this has nothing to do with Hamas and Palestinians. Okay, this has to do with Israel versus Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Iran, and basically they've got no choice but to surrender at this point. The United States is not going to fight for them, and the plan is to create a new state of Judea to replace the apartheid racist state of Israel and include the native-born Judeans in that state. And that's the solution that we're working towards. And all this noise about and all that kind of stuff is just propaganda. I mean, they do nasty stuff to try to get attention, and we will hunt these bastards down, and every last one of them will be brought to justice. I promise you that. But try not to be distracted by the fake Hamas versus Israel show because they're all run by the same people. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The US stock market has been doing so well over the past couple of years, and the dollar is globally strong right now. Do you think we are right for a crash, or do you expect the USA economy to continue as it is?
The first thing you need to understand is you cannot eat stocks. They are numbers on computers. It's a hallucination. For example, you have supposedly Elon Musk is the richest person in the world, and Tesla is worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined. When the reality is they're a tiny car company, smaller than Suzuki Motors, with shrinking sales, and they're not worth more than all the other car companies on Earth. So the stock market is a giant hallucination that has very little to do anymore with the real nuts and bolts economy. So I don't pay attention to the stock market because it's all BS or most of it. As far as the US dollar being strong, it's strong because it's the Chinese dollar de facto and not the US dollar. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Good luck with your living situation. I hope that all is well. If they can't fake public figures, they can arrest and fake kill criminals. I've always wondered if people like Jeffrey Epstein and Bernie Madoff really died. I've heard a person in Alberta who was organizing to leave Canada say people in Saskatchewan feel the same.
Saskatchewan, yeah.
Saskatchewan feel the same, but British Columbia has already been taken over by foreigners. It would be great if they joined up with America. Do you think it could happen?
Well, that question's got a couple forks to it, but I'll tell you one thing: the gap tooth Pierre Trudeau you're seeing on your screens, that's not the original. I've heard rumors the original has fled to Costa Rica. I'm trying to find out exactly where, but so yeah, a lot of these people are trying to escape and leave fakes in their place. Get a new identity. They're all trying to find a way to hide because the Epstein files are being publicized. Now, as far as the foreigners taking over Canada is concerned, well, we're going to put an end to that because that Canada was built by Canadians and it will stay under their control, and we will clean out all the rat's nests once we get started on all this. Canada needs as much of a cleanup as the United States. That's why both countries need to start with a new capital and new institutions so that we can do this right. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Trinus Evans, and he's the best-selling author of Call It Insurrection, Comrade, January 6th, None Dare Call It Justice. It's a story of a man who refused to accept the injustice of the Biden administration's Department of Justice and Democrats during the attacks launched against conservatives in the wake of January 6th. Trinus, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Good to be here with you. Nice to see you again. Just a week out from, 2 weeks out from when I saw you last, which is, it's been a while between visits, but nice to have seen you in Vegas.
Yeah, that Bondgate was pretty amazing insights. And you spoke and you were absolutely amazing. And I got to meet you and we talked a little bit, but wow, incredible event.
Oh, yeah, it was a great event. Thanks to those guys for putting on a fantastic event. Matt, Mac, and Juan, and those guys just do a great, outstanding job. They just keep coming with the very important topics. But, that topic had a lot to do with whistleblowers, and what happens to them, how they're marginalized, how they, get run off the rails, if you will, by the system. The process is the punishment. We keep hearing it, but we provide these real world examples of cases like this on a regular basis. And I'm sad to say we have so many of them. We have, at Condemned USA, we house quite a few cases like that, whether it be the Shana Gaviolas or the Tina Peters or Patrick Byrne. The people that have stood up and fought back against the machine have experienced an unprecedented amount of attack. And, whether it comes from the civil actions of the hard left that works in, concert with what once was their controlling DOJ apparatus, systematic wealth extraction machine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just still baffled. I could almost see it if they're like, hey, we can't get to all these injustices and go backward. My question is to Todd Blanche and once Pam Bondi, the question I've been asking is, why are we watching prosecutions and persecutions ongoing under this administration? And I'll illustrate one case, if you don't mind, Jaco. I just want to share with you that Shana Gaviola is a case that if you're a parent, or you care about children, or you believe in religious liberties or parental rights, which I think is consistent with the vast majority of Americans.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have this ludicrous left that has this ideology that you don't have any rights, that the administration, the school, will take over and be the controlling interest. And it's not an attack on Pam Bondi. It's not an attack on Todd Blanche. It's a request. Well, I say two ways. It's a request that you listen and a demand that you uphold your oath. That oath was to the United States Constitution, i.e. the people, that you would uphold, for the people and carry out justice, et cetera. The injustices that are happening on their watch, and I know they can't be aware of everything. So I ask that they listen, and we're getting some good communication, hopefully. It's going to improve, that they listen to these matters. Like when Shana Gaviola was prosecuted, there was a holdover from the Biden era administration, and this is still going, that they have to right these wrongs. And, Gateway Pundits covered it. Real America's Voice has covered this case a number of times. We're covering it all the time on my show. And, you're giving us an opportunity to talk about that kind of injustice now. But when a parent says to the school, hands off, no, we're not doing any of these things, whether it's transitioning or whatever it was, which in this case, the mother states that they were trying to transition the child. And from what I've seen, it's certainly concerning. And it doesn't really matter, because if the mother wants to take the child from the school, her 15-year-old son from the school, and send him to a Christian school in Missouri, I don't know what right the administration, the state of California, whomever has to stop her. There was no order, custody order. She had custody. She and the father, who she's estranged with, so communicates with, I guess, but they're divorced. They agreed to this course of action to send the child to the school. And the Biden era, Merrick Garland's DOJ, had the FBI raid the school, had the mother arrested, and she was simply trying to protect her child. She had that right. And whether the child agrees or not, I mean, if I tell my child they're going to rake in the lawn this weekend, I don't care if you agree or not. That's what we're doing, right? The same as if I say that, you're going to get grounded if you don't make at least C's, right? Or your allowance is going down if you're not making A's and B's. Whatever the stipulation is that a parent delivers within reason that's not abusive should be the right. But what they've done is they've twisted the moral fabric to manipulate the matter into that it's an abuse against the child, an affront to the child's rights when the child wants to do something, the parent says no, i.e. take medications, to transition, whatever. That can't stand. We can't live in a country like that where it's an administrative state rule. And that's a very big concern that we have at Condemned USA. It's what we're working on. These are the kind of battles we're fighting, not to mention the Tina Peters, Patrick Burns, and others. But I don't want to go on a monologue here and leave you out of your own show. I apologize. I know you're a guy with a lot to say, and I appreciate your voice. So please.
No, I love it when a guest like yourself just like goes down those rabbit holes and starts revealing. So I'm reading your book. It's excellently written, very, very well done, Trennis. I got engrossed right from the first sentence. I was like, wow, this is really, really good. So great presentation, great example of what the Department of Justice, the FBI were doing, SWAT teams, all that crazy stuff. You, right from the beginning, you started standing up for yourself. And I think that really made an impact.
Yeah. There was a time when it started that I was like, okay, what do we do here? Do we keep our head down and shut up and try and, I went to see a former federal prosecutor who's a defense counsel that was recommended by my business attorney. I've never had a criminal attorney. So, in my adult life, I'd never done anything that I thought was warranting a criminal prosecution. Yeah. I may have done some stupid shit as a kid, excuse my French, but I may have done some stupid crap as a teenage boy that I'm like, ooh, glad I never, no one was harmed, I don't remember any property being destroyed or anything of that nature, but, adolescent nonsense. But watching what happened, I just from the start, it was the truth. They were coming at me with a lie in the very beginning. And a SWAT team raiding my home after they had been to visit me. I was like, you got to remember, the FBI literally shows up. I'm out. There's a mother that's dropping off a child. She was dropping off a couple of young girls here. I think my son's friends, they were probably preteen or tweens, as they call them, right? Yeah. In that realm. And she wanted to make sure that there was a parent home, that she wasn't dropping her, tween daughters off in an unsupervised environment with teenage boys. Good on her, right? Good. That's what we do as parents because, i.e., we're responsible for them. So, the unique response of twistability or twist on responsibility, excuse me. This accident's been a little rough on me with I misplaced some words and have a little bit of a hard time, but there's a unique twist on that responsibility that this is what I was talking about. This is juxtaposition. The Biden administration would tell you that you don't have the ability to take control of your child. That's up to the state, right? They're totally in charge of the decision. Unless your child takes your gun and then suddenly you become responsible for their actions. Or unless your child's not attending school, then you are responsible for the truancy and can be held accountable. Unless your child commits a crime or an offense with your vehicle, then you can be held accountable. Or on your property, then you can be held accountable. So there's a juxtaposition, the shift of moral code and responsibility when it comes to how they administered justice and how they view it, the left, right? If your child wants to transition, that's their rights. You have nothing to say about it. If your child wants to do whatever else, you're responsible for their actions. But you lose the responsibility for their actions and the ability to control actions as soon as it becomes an issue that is at the forefront of the insurgency that operates within our country, i.e. the Democrat Party.
Yeah, and you outlined that very well in the beginning of your book. The Department of Justice, horrific the way they came in and timed it as you and your wife are going to go to your father-in-law's funeral home to do an observation.
Viewing of the body, yeah.
And your son was being held at gunpoint outside your door as they're coming up to arrest you.
Yeah, those videos, we put those out in the documentary Bloody Hill. We put them out other places. I think I've seen it in so many documentary films, that image of my 13-year-old son. Here's a boy, typical 13-year-old boy, headed to school in a pair of basketball shorts and a T-shirt, whatever it is, SpongeBob or who knows, headed out the door to school with a backpack on, 13 years old, innocent as the day is long. And here you are with, all of a sudden there's automatic rifles pointed at the child, and you're thinking, these people are looking for another Waco. They are seeking another Ruby Ridge. That's what we have here.
Wow.
That, over a misdemeanor, what ultimately is resolved with a misdemeanor. You're raiding my house as if I'm, I could hear them. Look, Jacob, I know what you did in your history. And I hear these guys going through the house and yelling clear. And, it's like, if they put this much effort into, actually hunting criminals and traffickers and so forth, then I think they would have been a much better administration under Biden. But unfortunately, they spent all of this time. And I think, I always believe, I think it's hard to get away from the idea that we were political fodder. We were just part of the get Trump machine. And I think that the Merrick Garland institution under the Department of Justice needed a Ruby Ridge or a Waco so they could point to that and say, see, we told you so. These people are violent people. But they never got it. They got a bunch of guys that walked out the door going, what are you doing? Don't hurt my family. Why is this happening? What's going on? And time again, SWAT teams and efforts. And there was a lot of DOJ, FBI that refused to do it, that just said, no, we're not doing it.
Good for them.
And those that refused were retaliated against. They got passed over promotion. That we saw that, we had Delray Beach on and many others that went through these things that said, hey, wait a minute, we have murderers and real terrorists and child traffickers. And these, we're working on crimes of moral turpitude. I'm not interested in chasing around some grandma that walked into the building and prayed for the officers to walk back out. If you want us to do a raid on someone that assaulted law enforcement, okay, we'll take a look. But we're not doing this. And the pushback got them in a lot of trouble. They were pushed out, ostracized, and that's where Senior Executive Services comes in and presses people like this out. And then they ask for an investigation as a whistleblower, and the inspectors generals don't do their job because they're bought and paid for activists as well. So you don't have a remedy out here. There is no remedy unless the Department of Justice makes admissions. That's about all we're going to get. And I think what you see with the recent prosecutions happening in D.C., the attempts that Harmeet Dillon and others have made at making prosecutions stick for people, they can't get it. So a guy throws a sandwich at Secret Service, that's not assault or a 231 obstruction or any of these things, right? None of these. It doesn't fall under any of that. All of a sudden, that's an acquittal. Everybody's fine. But a Proud Boy throws a half-empty water bottle that doesn't hit anyone, that lands 15 feet short of a police line, and he's convicted on assault, and he's convicted on obstruction of justice. So this is the mentality of the hard left that operates within D.C., and you're not going to change those people's minds. So the convictions, I don't think, are coming, which is why I think the DOJ has the responsibility to open the files, let the American people see, allow the court of opinion to see how bad this really was with the January 6th prosecutions. Open that file, let people see, make the proper admissions, and let these people file the proper claims and stop fighting them on it. They know that this happened. Trump tells them all the time. The evidence is clear that people were admonished by this DOJ. They were targeted and attacked for political conservative viewpoints. And yet there's nothing's been done. And they're all still, and people are still dying. People are still J6ers are still taking their life today. We just had one 7 weeks ago. So this is a real thing. It's very serious. Their lives have been destroyed. They're unemployable, and without having someone hardcore conservative. And even then, think about it. Then you got to have them. They still have to deal with the public or deal with sales or whatever it is. So people find their name, they Google search you. That's how we do things this day and age. And they can't get a job. They can't hold a job. It's happening all the time.
Yeah, and they targeted some people while they're having their children's birthday parties. Unbelievable. So it was obvious, an attack against conservatives by the Biden administration and Department of Justice and FBI.
Yeah, it's just like when they went after the school board parents, right? This trans woke agenda, et cetera, all of these things. It's all the same. It was very maligned, and I'm very sad to see that happened in our system of justice. And this is where people are like, oh, we got to get the credibility of the Justice Department back. Well, I've got simple words for you. Do the right thing regardless of the circumstances. It doesn't matter that you don't like someone. And, you know, I hear this all the time about the Department of Justice. Well, they're going to have to go through their history and, you know, kind of make sure it's someone they want to stand for. Every American should stand for every American when an injustice occurs. I don't care, like, for instance, if a person's civil rights have been violated, if we're going to be a country, a nation of laws, right? If we're going to be a nation of laws and we're going to follow up on that, we're going to do the right thing. You know, somebody that jaywalked, they have rights and they have to be upheld. You can't break the law to uphold the law and call it justice. That's not how it works. They have to fulfill their duty and oath and do things operationally sound, consistent with the expectation of an officer of a court, more so a prosecutor. And that's just not happening. And I know there's a lot to do and there's a lot to uncover and a lot to unpack. So my plea to Todd Blanche and once Pam Bondi, but now Todd Blanche and whoever comes into that role is remember that your duty is to the United States Constitution and the people, not to protecting an institution. The DOJ is a form of government, and its protection should only exist when it operates soundly. And when it didn't, they should be admitting this. They should say, this happened. I'm not saying that they're not. It's not an attack, but that is the responsibility. And I think a lot of people, what's drawing the ire of the court of public opinion, i.e. the American public, is simply they're not seeing the action. And I will give them a pass on the prosecutions because I don't think that you're going to get convictions in D.C. So they're going to have to find a nexus to another district for some of these cases and bring it in under something else to get it out of D.C. And I don't think people should be forum shopping, but unfortunately, you're not going to get any justice in the District of Columbia. We already see that. Anything that Trump's DOJ does, they're already thwarting, and they're not going to have it. So that's the answer, and that's where Todd Blanche is. I get it. It's a tough role. He has a lot of responsibility. However, again, it's really back to the basic core issue is protect the United States people, admit any wrongs of the Department of Justice, and move forward. And, you know, people like Jocelyn Ballantine shouldn't be in office, shouldn't be anywhere near a public office. And she's still there. If you remember, Jaco, that is the woman that carried the dirty dossier on Michael Flynn knowingly. She knew that. She carried the dirty dossier to the court. And the rules of professional conduct for a prosecutor are even more stringent than they are for defense counsel. And as an officer of the court, she's just an absolute nut. She cannot be allowed to continue to practice law for the DOJ. At the very least, as far as I'm concerned, she should be disbarred. But not only that, she was head of the Capitol Siege Unit, investigative unit, prosecution, et cetera, et cetera. She was a head of that right under Matthew Graves. So she was like third in line to the comms on controlling that nonsense, and they knew what they did. And I think a lot of times the AUSAs that were involved in those cases, 3%ers, Proud Boys, et cetera, others, barring Mr. Nestler, who is an absolute horrific individual that should also not be practicing law. But from the Oath Keepers trial, people may remember Nestler, terrible individual. Any review of his record would show he has no more right or ability to practice law soundly than Jack Smith does. But, you know, we've outed these people time and again. And as you get further in that book, you're going to find that I wrote about this. We put this out in a documentary film in 2022, exposing that we had over 140 federal agents in the crowd. We're not talking about CHSs, confidential human sources. We're not talking about these kinds of people that are paid informants or what have you. We're talking about actual federal agents, boots on the ground. And we knew they were there. And we had identified many of them. You know, Juan and I traveled the country showing videos to a lot of people like yourself that said, you may not have been one of them, but we showed them to a lot of people and they said, I know this guy's a contractor. I worked with him in such and such. I was in the Sudan with this guy. I was in, Belarus. I was here. I was there, Afghanistan, you name it, right? And over, we were able to identify people. And it was amazing how the Department of Justice, the FBI sat and we watched Chris Wray sit on the stand and lie to Congress time and time again from this in his official position or capacity, and nothing's been done. But where are you going to do it? Washington, D.C.? Good luck. The same justice that the January 6th people have very little chance of finding justice in D.C. as well. And unfortunately, that's, one of the places we're going to have to go to seek it.
Yeah, definitely. And, they came for you in Texas, which I'm stunned. I thought Texas wouldn't allow that in their state, but yet they did. Very, very disconcerting. What are your thoughts on that? And yes, I'm looking forward to getting deeper into your book and get find out more about, how you got to the point where you don't even have a college degree in being a lawyer or whatever, but you're definitely you lawyered up yourself, and you're pushing all these different issues that are making these guys tremble at this point. I'm just stunned. It's absolutely incredible. Everybody should be going, wow, we got a real fighter here. Just like we saw the two pilots that went down in Iran, and they recovered them. Everybody's jumped up and down for, glee. Look how great we are. America is. You're one of those guys, that's doing the great things.
Well, look, I never wrote the blank check that you guys did and served in the armed forces, and I certainly appreciate the service of you and all the people that make that happen, that make this world safe, so that at least we have a chance to fight about, to battle internally with our Department of Justice, and it hasn't quite become a full Gestapo police state. We're sadly encroaching further down that line. And I, can't fashion myself in a likeness to those individuals if they have that kind of bravery and courage and commitment and having written that blank check. So I will say this. I didn't start out with a goal, but, people have often asked, what would my message be to other people about this? And I just want to tell people that a regular person, look, the law is not incredibly complicated, right? The procedure, rules of procedure and criminal court and the standing and everything about it, and whether it be civil or criminal action, it is different. There's a lot to know, and I've spent the last going on 6 years now working on it. So I've got a hell of an education. I got an education with in all those trials that any law student or attorney from any major firm would love to have had. That experience. I mean, people were fighting to get to those cases, and I was able to see 600 plus of them in just 4 years. And I mean, to do all those trials, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, be involved at every level of the investigations and have access to that, just trove of discovery. And what we were able to uncover and catch the government lying time and time and time again, committing Brady violations, committing violations of the court, allowing perjury, suborning perjury, whichever one happened, in numerous cases, and watching disingenuous testimony that they knew was a lie, they allowed that to happen. It only fueled me further, right? And it drove me. I started out by writing a document. Sean Woodson helped tighten that thing up at the end and do the site work for the citing for it. But, I did a lot of research and wrote a document called The Weaponization of Justice back in late 21, early 22. I think we finally released it. We delivered 535 copies of that thing to every member of Congress. I flew. I didn't trust that it would get there any other way, and I went there and I walked the halls myself and delivered all day, pulling this little, wagon, if you will, kind of thing, a little cart, and in the latter part of it. But I started off with a carry-on suitcase, and I put I don't know, I think I'd carry like 80 of them in that thing, and I would haul them around and go into offices. And he was going, can you imagine going into Nancy Pelosi's office and, hey, I'm Trainer Evans from January 6th, and I need to give you that, get out, terrorist. I'm like, oh, it was funny. And then, Loudermilk actually jettisoned some resource when he was head of a committee. And he said, look, you guys need to keep a few of those boxes here. You need to store a few of these boxes of these things here. You don't have to go back and forth to the hotel daily to get them. Just bring them in. And they helped me get them in the building, like 3 boxes of these things, and to get them distributed. It was great. So we did get some help. There's people who are fighters out there. Marjorie Taylor Greene did a lot. I will say that Eli Crane, got involved. I was a little remiss that guys like Chip Roy really didn't get involved. And, but he was too busy calling us MAGA fuckers and all that nonsense. And that was his words, not mine, by the way. It's just a quote. I'm disappointed in these things. I'm very disappointed in our members of Congress.
Isn't he running for Attorney General there in Texas now?
Well, I look forward to Ken Paxton dusting him off, or any Aaron Wayne. Look, if Chip Roy ends up being Attorney General, I agree with a lot of what he does. Right? Paxton's moved to the Senate race. Sorry, I misspoke there for a second. I had to kind of rewind. That Paxton's been our AG for so long. It's But when Paxton didn't help, I went to Paxton with the plan to help, stop the DOJ from doing what it was doing, encroaching on the rights and, this ridiculousness, and say, we have a right to a compact and treaty that we have, the treatise that we have for extradition. And they could simply tell the federal government, hey, we need to see these things and, weigh in on these charges before you let you have a Texas citizen. They have a right to do that. And, they could have done it. They could have protected their citizens. And that's why I put Ken Paxton up on billboards all across the country, and including Times Square. He was up on digital billboards. And I was saying, is he going to uphold his oath? And I never I like Ken Paxton. Don't get me wrong. I'm a fan, right? I like it. But when a politician is not doing what I believe should be done, which I believe is the right course of action in upholding the law or protecting its people, I'm going to speak up. And I don't care if that's with the, massive state, nationwide billboard campaign and with Newark Times Square. And, we were able to get those billboards up. And, it's been, I think the Department of Justice and others have been very, I've been making it very clear that we, the people, will have our voice. Look, I'm not going to come, stomp on your toe or, give you a wedgie or, give you a noogie or whatever they call it. That's not what I'm here for.
Right.
But I am going to make it known that we have a voice and that you're not operating correctly when these things happen. And it was my belief that Ken Paxton should have done more. And January 6th was hyperbolic. Nobody wanted to touch it because it was so all over the board. But, calling it an insurrection was an absolute farce. That's disturbing. I mean, what an insurrection actually is and what they will label one as. And then they'll call, mostly peaceful protests when $10 billion, billions of dollars in damage are happening, over 50 lives are lost. That's mostly peaceful protest and social justice warriors, while January 6th is an insurrection.
Yeah. And they were calling it, the Pearl Harbor, and it was unbelievably ridiculous, which is a great insult to all those that, survived that. So, yeah, I'm amazed that, they had the audacity to do that and think they could get away with it. So
it's very disturbing. Very, very disturbing. I was looking, and I should have some laying around here on my desk, and I'm not wearing my pen, but I was going to show you these pens. So you brought up, you said Pearl Harbor, which, I think Kamala Harris and Joe Biden regularly said it was like 9/11.
Yep.
And this is really good. I should go get it. I'll go get it for you. Oh, here's one right here. I knew they were right here. They just got buried I get busy. So these G6 Patriot flags. I don't know if you can see that. There we go. I'm messing it up. But these are that's that pendant that I wear, right?
Yeah, cool.
And they're really cool. So the story on that is I get a call one day from this guy. And he says, "Hey, my name's David Wolf." I said, "Okay." And he said, "I got referred to you by an attorney and a couple other attorneys." And he kept, and I said, "Well, how can I help you?" And he says, "Well, listen, I have all the 9/11 diamonds." I said, "What do you mean the 9/11 diamonds?" He said, "Well, I was the appraiser for Chase Bank after 9/11. That was the bank in the bottom of the World Trade Center." And he said, "Listen, it's a long story. A lot of things happened. A lot of people tried to claim jewelry, and we couldn't do it. We got like 11 claims on one piece and 26 on another, and nobody knew what." And he said, "So as all the rubble was sifted and everything came out of it, and he had all the 9/11 diamonds, and that was how they paid him." He said, I never could do anything with them. There were these historical pieces, and I never knew what to do with them. And then when the Biden administration started calling this, saying it was like 9/11, I said, "No way, this can't stand." And he said, "I knew that was the right time." So he fashioned these things. I mean, they're cool as heck. So I have one. I think it's piece number 4 in this collection of like 113 9/11 diamonds. I think they still have more than 50 of them left. And there'll never be more. I mean, it's a piece of history. So they fashioned them with the loop is in the shape of a J and then a 6, right? If you look at it the other way. So they did them. They're all like Tiffany level construction. It's all platinum and white gold. And I mean, everyone stops me and asks me about this pin all the time. And the coolest part was they said, I want to give all the proceeds, all the profit to your organization, to the 501, so you guys can fight lawfare. I want you to help J6ers. And then after the J6 thing was over, I said, "Well, look, it's pretty much over. We're still fighting for some justice and some resolution of some of the injustice." But he said, no. He said, "You guys have Tina Peters and all these other people and Patrick Byrne." He said, "Just you guys keep taking it. No way." And so that's really cool. Is all the money ends up in the hands of where it needs to go to actually do something for this country. And so you turn to such a tragedy like 9/11 and January 6th and how it was positioned into a positive. And that's a beautiful man named David Wolf that does that. We have him on the website on Condemned USA, but they're very cool pieces.
Very nice, very nice. And yeah, your website basically, I was looking through that, and I'll pull it up here in a second. Definitely, you're supporting other people at this time, and the one guy, Arkansas State Senator John Woods.
Oh, yeah. It's a tragic case. John Woods, Arkansas State Senator John Woods. So the Office of Public Integrity, right, which was where Jack Smith was at the time, launched in it. So to get this, John Woods comes out and he's the first politician in Arkansas, I think he was a state senator in the state assembly, right, to support Donald Trump, right? He supports Donald Trump. How dare he, right? Mm-hmm. And next thing you know, a witch hunt is launched into him, this guy, Jeremy Hutchinson, several others. And the claim is that they're violating public trust by taking monies and misusing the current, money, et cetera. But it wasn't that anything went in his pocket. They're saying, oh, you gave to this Christian college, this Ecclesia college, but you were once on the, this guy you did business with is on the board. And so it's all to benefit them. It's a, scheme. And there was no scheme. What's interesting is they ran like a 2-year sting on this. And when they finally went to trial, the FBI Agent Cesario, was ordered to turn over all of the rest of the discovery. Now here you have another case of the government goes in, they hand over a bunch of videos and say, here's a discovery. And then one of them is not, the video is not there. They got a video, they got an extra video. They got a video that didn't match with the number. And they're like, well, why is there another video and we don't have a number for that? So the judge recognizes that there's potentially a Brady violation, i.e. the prosecution failing to turn over enough evidence or all of the evidence to the defense counsel. So the judge orders Agent Cesario to turn over his laptop, right, where all the original recordings were stored before they're turned over. He says, just turn it over to defense counsel. He takes the laptop and in classic Hillary Clinton style, goes to a professional computer place, has the thing wiped clean, right, professionally, and then goes home and proceeds to run 1 or 2 more BleachBit type programs on it to, wipe out the hard drive and the memory, and then turns it in. And this all happened. He's admitted he pled guilty to this. But interestingly enough, the Department of Justice never attempted to help John Woods, never delivered information to John Woods' attorneys on this. And it gets worse, Michael. The Department of Justice waited to charge and handle the case against Agent Cesario only because of all the public blowback, I suggest, or contend, I should say, but only because of all the public blowback and the papers were demanding things, et cetera, et cetera. So they finally had to do something. And they still won't answer the FOIAs that judges have ordered them to answer long ago, Freedom of Information Act requests. They're still not answering those. And Agent Cesario pled guilty and got house arrest for all this destruction of evidence. And the problem is when a Brady violation occurs and there's destruction of evidence, the way it's supposed to work is that it's supposed to be recognized that was grounds for a mistrial, et cetera, except now we have judges who, amazing. They have a crystal ball into the mind of the jurors, and they can say, well, we don't think this is enough that it would have overturned it. But the whole problem is Brady shouldn't happen. It's not up to the judge to decide if it would have had an effect on the mind of the juror. And it's not up to the judge to decide whether or not it might have led to another line of questions for the defense counsel. What if they, hey, get this, let's do this, let's check into this guy, let's do his legitimacy. It's a way, but they knew it would hurt them on the stand, it would hurt their case, so they bury the whole thing and that's what happened to John Woods.
And left him in jail. He's still in jail for 7 years now.
He's still there. This administration, I'm telling you, President Trump, I don't care who it is, Vance Day, Todd Blanche, somebody at the Justice Department, Jeremy Dillon, somebody wake up and grab a cup of coffee and get on this, because this guy has been sitting 7 years. And since I've been working with him now about 2 years, it gets worse, Michael. You're not going to like this, Jacob, but this is how it got worse. The neglect. He was in Bastrop Detention Center. It's a camp, low minimum, as low as you can go, bunkhouse kind of thing. And that's where he was doing his time. Another affront to justice run by the, so-called Department of Justice, or Department of Injustice, as we should call them. And people like John Woods are still sitting in prison 7 years later. 7 years later.
No,
So
I
you
can
gotta-
understand, the Clinton, lingering, fraud and all the bullshit that went on with the Clintons. But you have Sarah Huckabee Sanders in there now. Why isn't she getting involved in something like this?
I don't get it, right? Like, this is out of Arkansas. This is one of your own. And, look, let's just play the devil's advocate and say the guy did do some of these things, which I really don't believe he's done. I went through the discovery. We're very careful. Peter Tickton's very careful with the cases he takes. And I'm very careful with what I advise him on. And it just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. The money went to a college. That was the attack, a Christian college. People didn't like it, and they came after it. And that's what it is. It was an attack on Christian conservatism. Yeah. And it was an attack on a guy like John Woods who would stand up for Trump in the first run against Hillary. And I'll be damned, you wouldn't believe this. This guy is still sitting there, had a pacemaker, and they're looking into his prison history background. Oh, well, we don't know. We got to make sure there wasn't ever any fights or anything. I'm like, the left can pardon the people that literally, what was the woman that became head of the Black Lives Matter movement that they pardoned her, and she actually blew up, or she was part of the bombing of the Senate Heart Wing building of the United States Senate. Like, what? And they don't have a problem. The left doesn't care. They have no problem with what they do. They're not worried about saving face. They're not worried about that. They know the papers will take care of it for them. But yet, here we go. We got to worry. We got to look back and make sure that he didn't, not return a library book when he was in kindergarten before we can issue a pardon when you're on the conservative side of the aisle.
Wow. It's unbelievable. So, I know you've helped a lot of J6ers and you're helping a lot of people now. What's your focus now? Do you think this is going to turn around the justice system? Do you think it's ever going to turn around?
If it doesn't, people like President Trump, yourself, me, and those that have been on the front lines of this are going to be very sorry that we did not force them to take a bold action and actually do something, because this idea that we're just going to move on and we're going to do the right thing from here forward is a bad idea, in my opinion. It's a very bad idea. And the left gets back in, they'll immediately do what they do, watch them, they'll nuke the filibuster, pack the court, wield the Department of Justice again. I mean, the left, the Norm Eisens of the world are already drafting indictments and actions to take against people. Pam Bondi's now facing some kind of bar complaint nonsense out of, from being in her official capacity. What she does in her official capacity, the Bar Association can't do anything about. That's absolutely absurd. But yet here we are. We're back to immunity, qualified immunity. They'll have a strong application of it as long as you're a fentanyl addict, no good, home invasion, George Floyd type. Then that's all fine and dandy. We can, come after you, right? Or we will support you. And you're a victim. But yet a person like Shana Gaviola, John Woods, et cetera, Michael Castellero, and those guys over at Straight Path, Brian Martinson, Fran Lanai, that they're all criminals. These are the criminals. We got to get them. What sense does that make? You can't live in, you cannot have this two-tier justice system. They did it in Russia. They did it in China before the full communist takeovers. And that's what we're seeing here.
Definitely. Now, you and Professor David Clements, both of you guys spoke at the same time, or one right after the other, and both of you were talking about what Abraham Lincoln did, basically suspend habeas corpus. Do you think that could be something that could really push things in the right direction?
You have no choice. I think the president has no choice, right? You want to win this war. You said you're going to come here and drain the swamp. You actually want to get something done. We're going to have suspension of habeas corpus. It's going to be uncomfortable. We're going to have to have military tribunals, and we're going to have to root out people that are breaking the law. We can't suffer another year without prosecutions for the Act Blue people. We can't suffer another year without corrupt DOJ people being held accountable. We can't suffer another year. It's too close to the end, I believe, for this country. We have made it a very glorious 250 years as of this year, as you know. But, the years before that really sanctified who we are as a people, what we're going to be as a country. We were very welcoming. But there was rules, there was some standards in place. And now here we are where we're lacking so much of that across the board. We just don't see enough. And we see the weaponization of the government carrying on today.
Yeah, I agree. I think the judicial system is so corrupt. It has to be some kind of suspension of their ability to step in and control our country. And
yeah, you're talking about absolute impropriety, bias, activists under the robe. Look, you have to look no further. You're going to find some of that in the book. But I wrote about Tanya Chutkan. Her grandfather, Frank Hill, was the leader of the Jamaican movement over there for the Communist Party, and a lot of financial analysts, other people I've seen that it's been told to me, and I've read quite a bit about him. That many people in Jamaica they blame him and say he's the reason for the financial collapse, right? This is the kind of thing that's consistent. And it's not just him. You have Judge Dabney Friedrich on the bench. She was my DC judge. Her husband was Michael Friedrich. He was the guy that carried the dirty water against Alaska State Senator Ted Stevens. So he does the wrong thing against Ted Stevens. Ted Stevens loses his race. By the way, that's how we got Obamacare. Ted Stevens was a big proponent against it, and they didn't have the votes without getting rid of him.
Wow.
And they got rid of him. Yeah, so we got Obamacare after you got rid of him, right? People don't know that. He was a key figure in stopping Obamacare and the centralized socialized medicine scenario. Yeah. And Ted Stevens was then ousted by a supposed campaign finance, which the court agreed eventually. They dismissed the case, but Emmett Sullivan, the judge, was in it. Michael Friedrich was the prosecutor on that case, the AUSA. And then shortly thereafter, his wife becomes a federal district judge in D.C. And the list goes on. I mean, I can do this for the next hour and a half with talking to judge after judge after judge.
I know your
sick.
mind is unbelievable when it comes to this. You're just like an encyclopedia. You just like start boom, just like everybody just saw. It's like wham. So you've reached an incredible level now. So we're talking about the military tribunals. Would you be involved in something like that? How would that work?
I'd just like to volunteer to. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I want to volunteer to pull the lever and watch them swing. And I think there's a lot of people that would like to. Yeah, there's a lot of people would like to be there to pull that lever. Yeah. So I can share, but I just want my hand on the lever. At least once. I want to volunteer to be the hangman.
Yeah, and I've heard from people that are have just gotten the call to actually go down to Guantanamo to be potentially part of that. So it looks like it's moving that direction.
Well, I don't know what it's moving to. I don't like to speculate, and I agree. We have JAG officers that I know that have been called back up to active duty and placed in various places around the country. Something's happening. What it is, I don't want to speculate because I don't want to. I hate being that guy where it gets it totally wrong and then 4 months later nothing happened. I will say that the waiting game of don't worry, it's about to happen. It's about to happen. I'm not with it, not buying it. I don't think anything's about to happen. I think we're about to get a report. We're about to get some damage control for the image. And hopefully maybe it was Pam Bondi was the holdup and Todd's now free to, march forward. Maybe that was it. I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that, they're up for it, to move in that position. But you think that, Todd's going to be good?
Look, I think Todd has the ability to be good. I think we all have the ability to be good, right?
Right.
If you want me to speculate that Todd Blanche is going to be the go-getter, the firebrand, the fighter that we were looking for when we put up a Matt Gaetz or someone, I don't know. I haven't seen that out of him yet, so I can't. It's hard to say that when I haven't seen those kind of actions take place. I haven't seen Mr. Blanche. You do the job consistent with what the president ran on. And look, it shouldn't be political at the DOJ. I get it. But consistent with accountability. I haven't seen you really doing the big top line down work here. I believe you can, and I believe you will. And I'm going to support him still. I'm going to give him, a little more time. But at some point, the American people's patience wears out, and you just, we're going to have to move on and try something else.
Yeah, definitely. So your book, bestseller, what do you have plans? Were you talking about another book, or do you have another book?
I do. I actually wrote something funny. You said encyclopedia. I actually wrote a book called The Encyclopedia of January 6th. It's
Nice.
sitting there, 240 something thousand words. It's just sitting there. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I haven't decided if I'm going to publish it. I've been leaving excerpts out of his breadcrumbs, I guess, if you will, sharing those within articles like Gateway Pundit or Real America's Voice, and providing it to news outlets, et cetera, and saying, here, take a look for yourself. Beat any fact in here. Choose challenge a fact in this book, and I'll give you an hour to draw a crowd and kiss your proverbial you know what. And no one's been able to find that. So that's where I'm headed.
Very good. Very good. So your book now is on Amazon. And you get the website. Any other ways that people can reach you? Or
Amazon, Barnes & Noble, you can get the book there. You can reach me, it's really simple, TRENISS@condemnedusa.com. Email's open. I listen to cases. We review these cases. We make determinations. We do legal or legislative strategy, civil defense, whatever it may be, and we crank forward. I believe we're on track. I do believe before the July 4th holiday's over, the Ticton Law Group, myself, will collectively have half a dozen pardons for J6, people, not just J6ers, but people as a whole. I don't want to, try and label them as to which ones. Yeah. But we have, we've said we have several on file now, and we need to have the ones we need that are really pivotal, where people are really facing some problems. Shana Gaviola goes to sentencing here in just a couple weeks, et cetera, et cetera. So that's where, and that's I've been supporting people for years in this fight, and we're not wealthy people. We're just good, hardworking Americans. Things went well for us in business, and we were able to do some great things, but you can wipe that out pretty quick when you fight the federal government for 4 years. Right. Endless resources to fire your own checkbook back at you as a weapon. It's sad.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. So Trennis, great honor and pleasure to have you on. Thanks a lot for coming in and sharing your insights. You're a patriot and a hero, in my opinion. So thanks so much for what you're doing.
Man, thanks so much, Mr. Jaco. Thanks for having me on. It's great to have you, be here with you, and it's been a nice conversation. And tell your wife I am working on that. I'm working on calling it a nation.
All right, very good. Thanks so much.
All right, take care.
15E, the Navy SEALs I've heard, and Army Rangers and Green Beret and so forth were looking for the pilot and found the pilot and brought him back. Now, the F-15E was brought down by MANPADS, basically shoulder-fired weapon. So they, they're heat seeker missiles. I think they come from Russia. I'm not sure, but I think we're going to find out. So they brought down a Warthog A-10, who was probably firing upon the people with the MANPADS, and he got hit. And so he went out to sea. I don't know if he ditched his aircraft at sea, stud dog, but he ejected and they got him in the water. So he was able to get out to the Straits of Hormuz. But the weapons officer, the rear seater in the F-15E is still missing. So this is something that, we've seen before in the past. There was a Navy SEAL that actually got a Medal of Honor for going in, and Tom Norton, Lieutenant Tom Norton, who dressed up as a Vietnamese fisherman. So he had the sampan hat on, and he had the big hat, and then he had a sampan, which is basically a little wooden boat that they had to fish. So he went in and got the pilot, the down pilot. There were two of them. He was part of getting one of those pilots, and then he went back on his own by himself and got the other pilot. Crazy story. I'm going to play it here in a second. And then he was rescued. Tom Thornton was rescued, Mike Norris, and then Mike Thornton rescued him in another mission where they were both in a combat for several hours, whatever. And Tom Norris was injured. Everybody thought tore up part of his skull, Mike, as he's running to go rescue him, he's killing the enemy and puts him on his back. He carries him out because they're going to go out to sea and get picked up at sea. So they're under fire. And there was a cruiser offshore that gave them supporting fire because the destroyer that was offshore had been hit, so he couldn't help them. So that's why we're there for a couple hours, fighting the enemy. So this cruiser, which is bigger than a destroyer, but just below a battleship, shells out, and it threw Mike Thornton up into the air. Right, so we recovered from that, and then got Tom Norris and inflated his life jacket, and another injured South Vietnamese soldier, and towed both of them out to sea. And the destroyer that finally came in, so they were not really doing anything, so they were just off the coast. So he took Tom Norris's AK-47 and fired it in the air. They heard it and they came and rescued them. So crazy story. I'm gonna bring both those up. There's a little bit of documentary on that. But what we're seeing right now is, I think, the lead up to boots on the ground. And I'll talk about if we look at past history, where we went in and liberated Kuwait, it only took us 100 days of ground operations to liberate Kuwait from the Iraqis. And then it was only 26 days, I believe, for us to take all of Iraq, right? And this, of course, is after lots of aircraft bombings and so forth. So this ground operation, I believe, when it does come, will be fairly over soon, right? So if we just look at history, maybe we'll, because none of NATO is helping us, maybe we'll just take all the bases that are in NATO and transfer all those guys to Saudi Arabia or something, and then just using them to go in and kick ass and then just go home and deoccupy those NATO bases, because I think that's what's going to happen anyway at some point. But that's my thoughts on that. But let's look at one of these heroes from the past, and who knows, maybe we'll see another Medal of Honor by a Navy SEAL or whoever, whatever group picks this up is great for me. All right, so let's watch the first one.
Served 2 tours of duty in Vietnam with distinction. On his first tour from February to August 1970, he served with SEAL Team 2's 5th Platoon, earning a Bronze Star Medal with Combat V for actions during that period. But his most famous actions took place on his second tour in 1972, when he was assigned as a SEAL advisor attached to the U.S. Military Assistance Command in Da Nang. At that time, North Vietnamese forces launched a massive offensive. Air rescue missions had failed to recover downed aircrew, leading to further losses. U.S. aircraft and crews were being lost attempting rescues. By 1972, the Vietnam War had entered a brutal phase, the North Vietnamese Easter Offensive. U.S. aircraft losses increased. Search and rescue missions became some of the most dangerous operations of the war. Between April 10 to 13, 1972, Quang Tri Province, South Vietnam, Lieutenant Norris was serving as a SEAL advisor assigned to elements of the U.S. Military Assistance Command and operating as part of Naval Special Warfare advisory efforts under the U.S. Navy. 2 American airmen were down behind heavy enemy lines. Air rescue attempts failed. Aircraft were shot down. Men were killed trying to reach them, so Norris led a ground rescue. This rescue operation became one of the most daring ground rescue operations of the entire Vietnam War, recovering 2 downed American aviators.
Now, one of these aviators that Norris would go in and rescue had somehow he was able to go, fly. I guess he, somebody gave him a good deal or whatever. He wanted to get some combat action. Who knows why? But he knew nuclear codes, and they just really wanted to get him. So that's one of the reasons why Norris got the Medal of Honor.
Deep inside enemy territory. He led a 5-man patrol deep through heavily controlled enemy territory, located one downed pilot and brought him back alive, returned again, despite heavy mortar and rocket attacks, finally disguised himself as a fisherman, used a small sampan boat to infiltrate enemy waterways, located and extracted the second injured pilot, evaded patrols and heavy machine gun fire during extraction. For this, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. This was one of the most dangerous combat search and rescue operations of the war. Earlier rescue attempts had already cost aircraft and lives. Norris succeeded using stealth, deception, and patience, not overwhelming firepower. According to his official Medal of Honor citation, on the night of April 10th, Norris led a 5-man patrol through 2,000 meters of heavily controlled enemy territory to locate one downed pilot at daybreak. After a devastating mortar attack on the initial base of operations, he led repeated rescue attempts. On April 12th, a forward air controller located the second pilot. Norris, disguised as fisherman and using a small sampan, traveled throughout the night, found the injured pilot at dawn, and guided him back to friendly lines under heavy fire.
So he put him in the sampan and covered him up with reeds. So that's how he got him back. Pretty substantial, history with the Navy SEAL teams, obviously. So will we see something like that again? War always has heroes, so it remains to be seen. Now, the other one I want to talk about is Michael Thornton, and I remember sitting down with Michael Thornton with a couple of other SEALs when I was still in the SEAL team. Later in his career, he became an officer. He was enlisted and then eventually became an officer. So we sat down with him. He told us details about the rescue, and it was like, wow. So he definitely deserved the Medal of Honor. So pretty cool stories. Let's listen to a little bit of this. Now, this is the first and I think maybe only time that a Medal of Honor recipient got it for also rescuing a Medal of Honor winner. So very, very interesting story with these guys.
During a covert mission in enemy territory, one Navy SEAL made a decision that could cost him everything or save a life. On October 31st, 1972 in Vietnam, U.S. Navy SEAL Michael Thornton, then a petty officer.
So he's got a Stoner machine gun. I would carry the, because he's a big guy, So I carried the M60 7.62, big rounds.
Served as an assistant advisor alongside Lieutenant Thomas Norris, the senior advisor to a 3-man Vietnamese patrol. Together, they accompanied that patrol on a high-risk intelligence gathering and prisoner capture mission targeting an enemy-held naval river base. Inserted by a rubber boat from a Vietnamese Navy junk, the patrol reached shore and advanced on foot toward the objective. Without warning, they were met by heavy fire from a numerically superior enemy force. During a 4-hour firefight, the team called for naval gunfire support from a destroyer, but it had been hit by North Vietnamese shore batteries and couldn't fire.
So imagine for 4 hours with small arms fighting the enemy, right? So he told me about this, a lot of them.
Nonetheless, the 5-man team fought back, inflicting significant enemy casualties before withdrawing towards the waterline to avoid encirclement. During the withdrawal, Lieutenant Norris was covering their movement when he was struck by enemy fire who had seen him fall.
Now, you'll see when you probably noticed Lieutenant Norris, his ocular side of his head was basically shattered, and I guess his brain, they could actually see his brain, and they thought it was dead. North Vietnamese, so they left him, not wanting to risk, dragging him out, but listen to what happened.
Learning this, Petty Officer Thornton turned back alone, moving through intense gunfire to reach the lieutenant's last known location. So we're about to overrun the position, then lifted Lieutenant Norris, who was unconscious and critically injured, and carried him on his back to the water's edge. As he raced towards the beach, a shell from the cruiser USS Newport News struck to cover their withdrawal. But with the enemy so close, the concussion sent Petty Officer Thornton into the air. After recovering, he picked up Lieutenant Norris and made it to the water's edge. There he inflated Lieutenant Norris's life jacket and entered the water. Petty Officer Thornton also grabbed one of his team members who was hit and couldn't swim and pulled the two men out to sea with him. For about 2 hours under constant threat, he treated Lieutenant Norris's wounds as they awaited their pickup. By now, both Navy SEALs were believed to have been killed, so if it wasn't for Petty Officer Thornton firing Lieutenant Norris's AK-47 into the air, they may have never been found. Upon reaching the Newport News, Petty Officer Thornton carried Lieutenant Norris into the operating room, where he wasn't expected to survive. But thanks to Petty Officer Thornton's selfless valor, Lieutenant Norris would recover. For his actions in saving Lieutenant Norris, Petty Officer Michael Thornton was awarded the Medal of Honor. Lieutenant Norris was awarded the Medal of Honor for a rescue mission a few months prior, which made Michael Thornton the only person awarded the Medal of Honor for rescuing another Medal of Honor recipient. Michael Thornton would continue his service in the Navy until 1992, when he retired as a lieutenant. Both men are among the 61 living Medal of Honor recipients.
Pretty cool. So that statue you saw there was a statue that was dedicated to them. And I'm not sure exactly where that's at. I think it might be a Navy SEAL Memorial Park in Little Creek. So they had just started building that when I was leaving the SEAL teams. So I think they have that there. Now, what's interesting is Tommy R. Norris, retired U.S. Navy SEAL Medal of Honor recipient, known for his 1972 rescue of downed American pilots in Vietnam. As of 2026, he is actively involved in Arkansas Republican politics, running for Secretary of State as a far-right outsider supported by allies of Donald Trump. How about that? Still serving. All right. So, wow, it's pretty impressive. Now, let's look at how quickly this war, which I've said for quite some time, this ground war, boots on the ground, how potentially quick it could take place, taking all of Iran. So the first Gulf War, they did 38 days of air operations. And then they launched a ground offensive, which lasted only 100 hours. All right. So in less than 5 days, they basically completely destroyed Iran's. So I get them both confused sometimes. Iraq's army that had basically occupied Kuwait, and they were in the desert, and they basically destroyed them very, very quickly. So Desert Storm also marked a defining moment for Special Operations Forces, Army Special Forces, Navy SEALs, Air Force Special Operations Aviators, and Special Mission Units conducted deep reconnaissance way behind enemy's lines, which I believe is probably ongoing right now. So going in and rescuing the pilot, obviously, deep inside enemy lines, and then recovering the pilot and coming back. So pretty impressive. So they did Scud hunting missions. So that was the big missile that Saddam was shooting into Israel at the time, causing lots of damage. There was no defense against it at the time, so it was pretty dramatic to go in, and these guys were going in and finding them, situated on the ground and destroying them. Pretty crazy. And calling in fire. So combat search and rescue, like we just saw yesterday, and hopefully we'll see another one soon. And other strategic operations that shaped the battlefield before and during the ground assault. Right, so special operators, like I've been saying, are probably already on the ground, have probably along the coastline, taking care of stuff. That's my guess. So then in 2003, the second invasion. This was the actual invasion of Iraq. So of course they, obliterated everything by air power, like they're doing right now. So there was a period of time where they're doing the bombing, and then they launched the ground assault, and it took them 26 days for major combat operations. So some of those were, and this was during a time frame where the world didn't want to see it happen. Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan called the invasion illegal, and so it wasn't well received around the world. 3 million people rallied in Rome against it, which was the largest anti-war rally in history, but we went in and kicked their ass anyway. So, the invasion began with an airstrike, and of course, and then the deep state got involved, guys. The deep state is not involved in this war. Now, I think I say that with a caveat that doesn't mean they're completely gone, and they're not having an influence. So ultimately, they're not going to win and control this war. Now, we've seen Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has fired top Army generals. Why do you think that is? All right, because they were probably deep staters that were resisting the ground war. Because I think the world, the baddies, basically want this to extend. They were going to do this on some level. You know, Trump came in and did Operation Warp Speed, really took them off their plan, and in the long run, basically foiled it. All right, so they were going to completely control us, and if Hillary had gotten in there, there wouldn't have been no stopping. We would be devastated. The human race would be probably down to 500 million now, like they had on the Georgia Guidestones, and we'd be complete slaves to them. So we have managed to stop them, and I think we're managing to stop them again, because they were going to do, and they're planning, and they're already doing, like I talked about in a video yesterday morning. They're already moving towards another lockdown of humanity, and probably. So this is what I think. This is one of the reasons why President Trump came in like he did, and like he's going to do, I believe, to basically completely eliminate Iran, the military of Iran, because it's a deep state military, and free the people, the good people of Iran. And once that's done, there will be no reason for us to be in the Middle East with all these bases, and there will be no reason for us to have our bases in NATO. See how this works? This works really good, right? So there's a lot of people crying over spilled milk, but this is not spilled milk. This is a very concerted and very thought out and strategic operation, in my opinion, right? Because I've seen a lot of these over time, and as you guys know, I've called them out very early on. So the invasion began with an airstrike on the presidential palace in Baghdad on 20 March. The following day, coalition forces launched an incursion into Basra, which is right along the border. And special forces launched amphibious assault from the Persian Gulf to secure Basra and the surrounding petroleum fields. And some of that was SEAL Team 6 guys, and there's a big story behind that, but I don't have time for that. And then one of the major southern areas was occupied during the Battle of Nasiriyah on 23 March. So just 3 days later, they had captured a major southern strong point. Now the 173rd Airborne Brigade was airdropped near the northern city of Kirkuk. I've spent a lot of time up there, where they joined with the Kurdish rebels. So I've worked with the Kurdish quite a bit. Very, very good fighters. They resisted Saddam Hussein for a long time, and George H.W. Bush basically let them out to dry because they were given the idea, the thought, and the assurance from that first Bush administration that he would support them. So they started attacking from the north Saddam Hussein's forces and he didn't support them, and they got. You might remember where Saddam used chemical weapons on them, and that was one of the reasons why we went into to take down Iraq, because of weapons of mass destruction. And those weapons of mass destruction went over to Syria, right? So, and I know that because I was part of the program to hunt them. And then, once they went across the border, there was nothing we could do. We pointed it out, or I've pointed out over time. So anyway, so basically they came from the south, from the north. I remember when I went went to Iraq in 2003, and I was down in, it was 2003, and I was down in the Diwania, which is the southern area. The people there in Diwania, they talked about the Marines that had come through. And I remember talking to this older gentleman, and he couldn't really speak much in English, but he said, Marines, and he goes, thumbs up. And then he goes, Spanish, and he spit. So the Spanish were there. He did, no one liked the Spanish, myself included. And as we see, the Spanish are basically backstabbing us, not letting us use our military bases in Spain. So again, I think that we should just pull out of NATO and pull our bases out of there. All right, so it wasn't long before the Battle of Baghdad. It was 6 days, and it was over. Everything was over, right? So this is how quickly it could happen in Iran, right? So we've already proven. And does Iran have an air force? No. Do they have air defenses? Pretty much gone. But they have these little man pads that they were able to use because they were probably watching the air traffic, and they knew where they were going to come bomb, and then they were set up in the hills, and boop, and one of them, came in and got that. All right, so thanks for the super chat, Carol. All right, so that's one of the things that we're going to see potentially a few more of these, but now that we know that they do that, we'll probably be a little bit more cognizant of flying around the hills and keeping the our own air defenses, because they have lots of ways they can even man pads, they can send out flares and all kind of crazy stuff. I don't know if they did that. Probably not the A-10, but maybe, I don't know. So maybe it was a type of air man pad that really is advanced, that can penetrate past the flares. Does he get sidetracked or something? I don't know. So we'll figure it out, just like they figured out, how to get lucky and take out a couple of aircraft. So this is the way wars are. You can never, ever know exactly the way things are going to turn out. I've been in combat well over half my life, and I can tell you, you have to go in with a completely open mind and just go with the flow. All right, you have a plan, but that plan, I can tell you, I've been on so many combat missions, and never once did those plans go exactly as we briefed them. Never, right? So, and that's the way everyone that's out in combat has to think. They have to be very, very spry on their toes and ready to react, but have what I call the intuitive awareness, where you have wide angle vision, where I can see. Can you guys put your hands beside your head and look forward and still see? Can you see that? Can you see that? All right, so that's wide angle vision. So wide angle vision activates your alpha brainwave states, and when you control your breathing, like a lot of pilots know how to do, and a lot of martial artists know how to do, you do very slow belly breathes. You don't do high in the chest rapid breathing, because it makes you get the tunnel vision, so you're not seeing the peripheral vision, and there's cones and rods in your eyes, so you want to activate the rods, which basically, I think the cones, the rods. I can't remember which one. I haven't taught this in a while, so I have to go back and look at my notes. But anyway, you're activating, I think, the rods, which are on the side of your eyes. The cones, you have mostly cones cones in your eyes, yeah. So that the focus light and so forth, and the rods on the sides of your eyes, when those are usually they're activated at night, but you can't activate them during the day by doing the widening of vision. I live my life in widening of vision, right? I never am focused, center focused. I'm always widening of vision now. So I learned that very early on. So it activates, that also activates your alpha brainwave state, which is a creative, intuitive side of your consciousness, so that when you get those things that happen in your life that are not normal and not anticipated or not planned, you're able to just work through it and not get all upset and not get all pissy, like I see a lot of people do, even rarely combat vets, because they know how to just stay calm, because they've learned. You get all the guys over time that I saw that were like that, with the anger, and they couldn't focus when shit hit the fan. It's sad because it's easy to learn this, but if you're not taught correctly, even SEALs, a lot of them didn't know it until I started the hand-to-hand program. So there, all these guys are like that I had to overcome the hard-headedness and the alpha male and the analytical, focused, and can't work outside their little box. I taught so many guys how to go into this widening of vision, tap into their intuition, and those guys just went on to do, like I did, unbelievably amazing things. So all of you can do that as well, right? So this is the way of war. The guys that survive war are usually the guys that tap that aspect, right? So we're going to see this get tapped by a lot of people, and probably already being tapped, right? Some have learned it, not all of them. When I was around combat in initial stages, and I started hearing rounds being fired around me in combat, I got down low, and I remember this one Marine he was a Vietnam vet. I was working with him when I was SEAL Team 6. I was doing some other stuff, and he was just standing there. He was like shaking his head, and I was like, "Oh, I feel embarrassed." So I got back up, and it's way above our heads, cracking way above our heads. So eventually, I would get to the point where I could hear, and this happened when I was in Diwania in Iraq. So I could tell they dropped the mortar in the mortar tube, and when it popped, I knew if it was going to be close or not. That's crazy. How did I get to that point, right? The way I got to that point was being all calm and cool in combat situations. I remember watching RPG coming at us from a distance, and I was watching it, and I was like, it's not going to hit us. And how could I know it was not going to hit us? Coming right at us. It came in, it got stuck in a barbed wire fence and stayed there. I was like, wow, that was pretty cool. I picked that up and knew that. I just completely trusted. And that's the way I was. Of course, there were times where I hightailed it out of an area because it was hot. I've been chased by people in armor cars, and shot at, and all kind of crazy stuff. But I was always able to, get away from them. So it's it's one of those things that we're going to see. I believe some amazing things are happening. I hope that people that do incredible things, like Tom Norris and Mike Thornton, they get rewarded, because it's definitely deserved, right? So I think President Trump will reward those that do well, because he's a merit-based guy. So if we see some merit-based action here, in the near term and going forward over the next several weeks or so. We'll see people get praised. It's good, but not the way we saw during Osama bin Laden's takedown. Right? That was bad. That was bad juju. All right, for the SEAL Team 6 guys, basically they got exposed, and that's not something that normally happens. So, I think that Obama, and then the guy that was supposedly part of that, that's the Admiral. God, I should have thought of this before. I should have had it planned out before I started talking about this. So Admiral McRaven. So Admiral McRaven, he was there in charge, and John Brennan, right? So those three right there, bad, right? Even Admiral McRaven. So remember, you guys might remember, he went after President Trump and talked shit about him, right? 5 different times, talked bad about him, and I was like, I can't believe a Navy SEAL admiral would be that effed up, right? So, but he was, and I was like, I was stunned. And then he got a $50 million award from Amazon, and they give out awards to certain people. He got $50 million from Bezos, right? And I think that was his reward for talking shit about Trump, right? So again, McRaven talked shit about, or not talk shit, but basically let Obama use that taking down Osama bin Laden, and use the Navy SEALs to make himself look really good. And of course, he went on to get reelected, and it was a bad scene, very bad. And I think McRaven allowed him to do that. So there's some problems with Admiral McRaven. So again, why are those top generals getting fired? Because they're like McRaven, baddies, right? So that's and McRaven, all of his SEALs laugh at him because he's the make your bed admiral. So, I don't know if you've seen that video where he says, "Start your day, make sure you make your bed," and we're like, "Are you kidding me?" That's how you're going to be famous, and that's deserved, right? Now, there were 2 guys that did books that were involved in that operation. So it was okay for Obama and McRaven to have the military allow the release of information. So Obama looks good. So there were 2 Navy SEALs that were on that operation that wrote books, and they went after them. And they took all the millions they earned from those books, right? And basically diss those guys, disinformation them, all kind of crazy stuff, destroyed their lives. But they bounced back, and I'm the same way. So the CIA came in and destroyed my life, and tried to kill me. And I was like, oh yeah, motherfuckers. I'm coming back. I'm coming back hard. Because when they started to come after me, I was just like, okay, I'll just go low key. When I went low key, so I'm like, I'm coming back. And when I come back, I'm going to expose all you mofos. All right. So that's what I've been doing for the last several years. Thanks to Trump, because they tried to do it early on. They really, really came down hard on me. But now we're revealing the deep state activities. We're taking down the deep state. More of us that expose this information, the better. All right, guys. Going out to a nice dinner with family, so I'm gonna cut it off here. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. All right, stay intuitive. That's the only way to stay there. If you get all angry or fearful, you're out of that. Right. And like I said, we're all in combat right now, and the guys that weren't in the love vibration, intuitive state, they're gone. Right. Okay. We'll talk to you guys soon. Lots of information coming. It's coming so fast and so furious. It's really hard to stay up with it. All right. And we'll see you guys next time.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. It's Liberation Day in America. President Donald Trump on Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Worldwide blackout. Trump goes ahead for massive global military operation with EVS activation. Thousands of elites set to be arrested. On Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, Trump declared the U.S. a sovereign constitutional republic under common law with admiralty law oppression no longer legal. On Wednesday, April 1st, Trump released the gold asset-backed global currency reset. Corrupt cabal banks across the world were now set to collapse, including 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the globe. Withdraw your money now. Judy note, on Thursday, March 5th, President Donald J. Trump invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Inc. was finished. No more admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip has been broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. All flag officers have been ordered to convene in Virginia, the republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This was full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Common law grand juries have activated nationwide, forcing the entire two-tiered justice system to dissolve and restoring the republic under we the people. The National Liberty Alliance has filed a writ quo warrant to be served on every treasonous judge, bar, attorney, congressman, sheriff, and media outlet across all 50 states to be tried under constitutional common law. The people were officially free. On Friday, April 3rd, President Trump signed NESARA GESARA into law, making it retroactive to 1st of January 2026, meaning the people now had control of the global financial system, not the corrupt deep state cabal central banks. The reset on January 1st, 2026 will be known as the day freedom began, Trump said. And there's the link, commentary Barron Trump on X, breaking news. President Trump just signed the GESARA-NESARA reset bill. You won't see this in mainstream media as they prefer to keep you in debt and struggling. Stay informed and share the truth. That's a post from X. The new U.S. Treasury note, official directive, global currency reset, and mandatory QFS migration. U.S. Department of the Treasury. And cartels of long controlled governments and global financial systems operating through Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, and manipulation of inflation, interest rates, and trade. Powerful elite networks have used national debt, trade deals, and market fear to maintain control for their own profit and their own benefit. This corrupt system is now failing, and the new global financial system is taking its place. A transfer of wealth and power away from the Satan-worshipping cabal and back to the people. Friday, April 3rd, because of the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies that took place on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, there were 63 major U.S. banks and tens of thousands of small banks across the globe not Basel III compliant and on the verge of collapse, with $517 billion in losses. It was advised to withdraw your monies now. Your bank account has been mirrored onto the new global financial system and was actually safe, but the monies may not be available for a couple of weeks. In the interim, banks, credit, debit cards, and ATMs will not function. You will need cash. President Trump, the Q Movement, BRICS nations, and the Global Military Alliance have been working on the restored republic via a global currency reset since the time of President Lincoln's assassination, but more seriously since President Kennedy's assassination. The morning of Trump's first inauguration in 2016, he paid a visit to CIA headquarters, where the president-elect Trump then hired U.S. Attorney General for Utah, John Huber, and 730 investigators to clean up Congress. In 8 months alone, between November 2017 and June 2018, there were 40,483 sealed indictments filed, a little over 5,000 per month. Grand juries were called in various states to handle all the judicial paperwork for the thousands of upcoming military tribunals. The corrupt Satan-worshipping deep state cabal's control began to seriously break down with the January 2026 release of intelligence upon the arrest of Venezuela President Maduro, Monday, January 5, 2026. CIA knew U.S. voting machines made for fraud, dollar collapse, market meltdown, bank runs, 60 senators to be charged for protecting cartels, blackout imminent, be prepared. The New Year's Day, January 1st, 2026, U.S. arrest of Venezuela President Maduro and company harvested the intel of the century, mainly from Venezuelan intel chief Hugo Carvajal Barrios. Carvajal was a three-star general and former chief of military intelligence under Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro. Now in U.S. custody, he recently pleaded guilty to narco-terrorism while revealing, "I will expose the entire drug cartel and human trafficking network from South America to your Senate floor." And he did. Carvajal confessed that the Smartmatic voting machines used by many states in U.S. elections were built for fraud, that the CIA knew all about it, and at least 60 U.S. senators have been bought off by and were making millions from the narco-terror regime. The official list of 60 U.S. senators who received millions via Venezuela Maduro regime drug cartels and by selling their influence to protect foreign criminal regimes. See #A below. In addition to Maduro's arrest, New Year's Day, January 1st, 2026, also saw the launch of the gold asset-backed quantum financial system, the greatest wealth transfer in human history. QFS having revalued currencies of over 200 countries and marking the end of old fiat financial bondage. In other news, from the mid-'80s until 2020, a Democrat federal judge made it illegal for Republicans to be poll watchers in such vote-changing places like Atlanta, Georgia, Detroit, Michigan, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was only after the judge's death that the injunction was no longer upheld. For centuries, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers have used their fake fiat U.S. dollars to steal land, oil, and farms from poor countries, then send phantom payments through their now-defunct SWIFT system, appearing legitimate, prompting governments to sign over valuable assets in exchange. The deceptive tactics have devastated countries across Africa and Latin America. Loans conjured from thin air through central bank tricks lead to insurmountable debts. Trump's exposure of these scams has led to the cabal's leverage crumbling and resources returned to rightful owners as the New World Order falls. Friday, April 3rd situation update. Boom, Judy Byington bombshell report. Restored Republic via a GCR update for Friday, April 3rd. And Friday, April 3rd, Byington bombshell report 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law. Air, rail travel suspended. Emergency broadcast system activation. Friday, April 3rd, 2026 breaking. EBS protocols have been engaged. Prepare your homes for the coming darkness. 10 days where the light of truth will shine through EBS broadcasts. The clock strikes midnight on the old world. Military tribunals were underway in underground bunkers. Stay indoors when called. Friday, April 3rd, we know that something powerful will take down the Mossad media satellite emergency broadcast system on Telegram. This will cause a worldwide communications blackout, transitioning us to a quantum system. This is called Project Odin. In essence, it provides a reason to activate military EBS. Project Odin will go together with the EAS EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. During the EBS, every major media channel on the planet will be shut down. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed. Political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life, patents, and the new Earth. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history. When the military emergency broadcast system emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and Nassara-Jassara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. On Friday to Sunday, 3rd, 4th, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older, a month event for the next 3 years. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert, the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS. Global financial system. Friday, April 3rd, big banks will soon collapse. A system not built to serve the people, but to control and keep them in debt. QFS Redemption Center on Telegram. The bank cartels of long controlled governments and the global financial system operating through Wall Street, the Federal Reserve, and manipulation of inflation, interest rates, and trade. The national debt, trade deals, and market fear have been used as tools to maintain control. Behind it all stand powerful networks of elites who have shaped the system for their own benefit. But that structure is now being challenged. Wall Street and the big banking system are described as reaching a breaking point. As this old fiat system weakens, many believe a new financial structure will take its place, one that aligns with Nassara-Jassara principles of fairness, transparency, and restoration. This moment is being seen as the beginning of a major shift, a transfer of wealth and power away from the controlled systems and back toward the people. The message being shared is not fear, but preparation, awareness, and understanding that change is coming. The old system falls, the new system rises. Nassara-Jassara is at the center of that transition. Guru Information and Intel. Thursday, April 2nd, Blitz attack. They never saw it coming. Quantum connected on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state is an absolute meltdown as President Trump's Blitz attack unleashes moves the global cabal never saw coming. During a high-voltage live broadcast, Truth Warrior Sheila delivered explosive revelations that have QAnons fired up and the enemy scrambling in panic. Sheila shared stunning updates just before heading to a massive Florida event this weekend. There, teaming with Juano Savin and top speakers, she spotlighted quantum medicine, breakthroughs, and suppressed inventions set to rocket humanity 500 years ahead. Hidden tech promises an end to big pharma poisons, while sleek flying cars, compact egg-shaped vehicles that lift off like advanced motorcycles, stand poised to revolutionize travel and shatter elite control forever. Military forces surge forward in perfect coordination. Camp Pendleton troops loaded up and deployed toward the Middle East, alongside the 82nd Airborne backing Trump's final Iran negotiations. The tyrannical IRGC regime faces total collapse as ancient Persia reawakens to its true Christian roots after centuries of stoning and street slaughter. Israel delivered precision strikes against key threats, with full U.S. support proving the unbreakable alliance is dismantling deep state proxies right now in April 2026. No endless wars, just targeted cleanup, delivering real freedom to the region. Juano Savin operates from Las Vegas, ripping open California's trillion-dollar school bond scam that funneled citizen money straight into elite slush funds. Corrupt Getty-linked officials built illegal-only schools, fired English-speaking teachers, and violated the state constitution while demanding endless tax hikes. Patriots demand immediate audits and full restitution as this fraud unravels, signaling trillions returning to we the people under the reset. Trump's strategic brilliance dominates the Strait of Hormuz crisis. Bloomberg charts confirm how the president invoked the War Powers Act, uncapped domestic rigs, and locked massive $500 billion deals with Japan while starving China of Venezuelan oil at fair prices. The Strait's U-turn trap left globalists isolated. Cuba's dictator folded into negotiations within hours, and NATO died on arrival. America reclaims energy independence and prioritizes the Western Hemisphere in a master stroke that leaves enemies powerless. Tribunals accelerate toward Valhalla at lightning speed. The National Liberty Alliance filed a writ quo warranto, served on every treasonous judge, bar attorney, congressman, sheriff, and media outlet across all 50 states. Common law grand juries activate nationwide, forcing the entire two-tier justice system to dissolve and restoring the republic under which basically falls biblically as traitors face justice they never imagined. Demasking operations explode as deep state puppets vanish hours after leaks expose top-secret transfers. Clones and doubles fail publicly while biblical truths connect ancient battles to today's victory over satanic forces that targeted believers for 4,000 years, with Trump calling National Prayer Weeks ahead of the 250th anniversary rededication. The Great Awakening surges stronger than ever. Friday, April 3rd, 2026. Breaking military alert. Military intel. War reset. Hegseth fires army chief as Trump prepares final strike on Iran. Pentagon cleared for total victory. Friday, April 3rd. The war in Iran isn't a distraction. It's a reset of the global map, power map, with President Trump at the forefront. Friday, April 3rd. Boom. Pentagon purge accelerates. Hegseth fires Biden-era top army brass in 24 hours. War machine locked and loaded for victory. Friday, April 3rd. Exposed. The birth bond deception is real. $169 trillion bond scam. CUSIP coded at birth, branded by the system, and sold into global debt slavery. Friday, April 3rd. The Epstein Files gatekeeper has been removed. Pam Bondi is taking a new job in the private sector. DJT translation: she was fired. Why? 3.5 million Epstein documents released. 3 million documents withheld. She thought she could protect them. She thought she could hide the master ledger. She refused to prosecute the architects. She dismissed the charges against the elite. Trump gave her a choice: release the unredacted list or pack your bags. She chose the deep state. Look who replaces her: Todd Blanche, Trump's personal defense attorney, the man who knows exactly where the bodies are buried. The firewall is gone. The DOJ is fully secured. Those 3 million withheld documents, they are being unsealed. Panic in D.C., panic in Hollywood, panic on the private islands. The names you thought were untouchable are about to be exposed. Government fraud. Friday, April 3rd. USAID was the Great Front for over 60 years, funneling taxpayer dollars into numerous nefarious deep state operations. The State Department, the CIA, and the U.S. Institute of Peace all have one thing in common, and that's using taxpayer dollars for regime change operations through USAID, not only abroad in foreign countries, but right here at home, against American citizens and the President of the United States himself. Friday, April 3rd, 2026, JFK Jr. on Telegram. The money flown out of the Minneapolis airport by fraudsters has been tracked and used to purchase resorts in Kenya, apartment buildings in Nairobi, properties in Turkey, luxury homes, luxury cars, $790 million American tax dollars flown from Minnesota and sent overseas. And Friday, April 3rd, breaking: 4 people associated with a company that operates homeless shelters arrested in New York City after they reportedly paid out bribes to city leaders for kickbacks. Democrat New York City Council member Farrah Lewis and her sister Debbie Lewis, a top aide to Governor Kathy Hochul, are currently under investigation for reportedly taking bribes.
The Rothschilds and Rockefellers have mastered a global scam allowing them to seize land, oil fields, and farms from nations without spending real money. They create fake bank accounts filled with billions in digital entries that lack any actual funds. These phantom payments are sent via the SWIFT system, appearing legitimate, prompting governments to sign over valuable assets in exchange. They target rich farmlands and mineral areas, fabricating huge credits. Officials hand over titles, but the money never materializes. This operation is rampant in Paraguay as of 2026. The families target rich farmlands and mineral areas, fabricating huge credits. Officials hand over titles, but the money never materializes. Paraguay loses critical soil for food production, while the elites profit from exported goods, leaving locals in hardship. The same deceptive tactics devastate countries across Africa and Latin America. Loans conjured from thin air through central bank tricks lead to insurmountable debts. When repayment fails, resource rights transfer to the cabal. Gold, oil, and agricultural lands flow out, enriching the few at the expense of the many. American patriots suffer the consequences as cheap resources from these thefts flood markets, harming U.S. farmers and miners. Supply chains stay under cabal influence, raising costs for domestic production. President Trump combats this vigorously with America First policies, securing energy independence and critical minerals while protecting jobs through strategic tariffs. Debt traps form the foundation of their strategy. Vulnerable nations receive phony credit, only to surrender assets upon default. Paraguay has lost massive territories this way, and Africa and Latin America face similar fates, turning sovereign lands into private elite domains. The Rockefellers' oil empire and Rothschild's banking prowess unite through offshore companies to hide their control. SWIFT enables the illusion of payment, allowing seamless asset grabs followed by unregulated operations that funnel wealth back to the families. Trump views this as an attack on sovereignty. His push to audit the Federal Reserve targets the root of fake money creation. By rebuilding American manufacturing and friendshoring, the nation breaks free from dependence on stolen foreign resources. This system grants permanent control with mere computer entries. Yet the Great Awakening accelerates. QAnons see the truth as white hats under Trump dismantle the deep state. Imminent exposures of these scams will lead to tribunals and the end of fiat tyranny. NSRE-like reforms loom, restoring power to the people. Globalist panic rises as nations awaken and reject the fraud. With Trump leading, the cabal's leverage crumbles. Resources return to rightful owners, and the New World Order falls. Patriots, the storm rages. Stay strong as victory and justice arrive for all.
Friday, April 3rd, USPS caught a massive 2020 election fraud cover-up. Wisconsin, 100,000 plus ballots backdated. Arizona, 300,000 fraudulent. Michigan, 548,000 fraudulent. Georgia, 204,000 fraudulent. Pennsylvania, 121,000 fraudulent. Plus illegal cross-state ballot transport. Where was the DOJ? This changes everything. Who's ready for real investigations in 2026? Prepare for a 10 to 12 day global lockdown under martial law perpetrators. Beginning very soon, air, rail travel suspended. Secure food, water, cash, essentials. Military to distribute provisions where needed. Judy note. According to insiders, the White Hats have taken command of key global systems. Earlier this week, President Trump remarked, "We're going to need more popcorn this weekend," hinting at major developments ahead. Beginning Wednesday, April 1st, the Global Military Alliance greatly increased their arrests of thousands of powerful people who were involved in child trafficking and corruption, referred to as the Satan-worshipping cabal. Former President Barack Obama was previously reported as under arrest, but that might not be true yet. He was, however, under federal investigation. One of the charges was said to be child trafficking. And we have a link to National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell, Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code for it to be fully operational with expanded control over financial infrastructure and global communications, including television, radio, and internet broadcasts. The legacy fiat-based SWIFT financial system is said to be offline, replaced by a new gold asset-backed global financial framework, now functioning worldwide. At any moment, the emergency broadcast system is expected to override all devices, phones, televisions, radios, and internet-connected screens across the globe. An 8-tone alert is anticipated over cell phones worldwide, followed by a temporary worldwide blackout. Afterward, synchronized broadcasts will begin transmitting across all platforms. The EBS is expected to instruct citizens to remain in a location of their choosing in preparation for a global lockdown lasting approximately 10 to 12 days. During this time, air and rail travel will be suspended. People are encouraged to store essential supplies, such as food and water. However, provisions will be distributed by military forces where needed. Throughout the lockdown period, the EBS will continuously broadcast announcements related to Nasara Jasara funds released to the public, accompanied by extended documentary-style disclosures airing 24 hours a day across all media channels. This phase is expected to continue for 10 to 12 days under temporary martial law, described as necessary to maintain stability while a global military alliance conducts large-scale arrests of individuals accused of corruption and treason. By the end of the 10 to 12 days, the old systems of government, judicial, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will have been dismantled and replaced with improved systems geared toward freedom and independence for all. In other news, Thursday, April 2nd, we have a link, National Security Bombshell. National Security Bombshell, Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code. Tucker Carlson was on a one-man suicide mission against the New World Order. He has the biggest balls of any journalist in the last 100 years, said Alex Jones. Carlson's new documentary, The BB Files, exposes Netanyahu and the valid charges against him and strikes at the heart of the globalist deep state. It's the most dangerous subject you could possibly cover. Thursday, April 2nd, breaking U.S. debt clock, no more income tax. U.S. debt clock signals monumental shift to asset-backed dividend dollar. AMG News. UFO expert Stephen Greer warns that rogue actors inside the government are now on the verge of staging a fake alien invasion across the entire planet. He says the operation would be so advanced it could easily deceive most of the world, including top government officials. The goal, he claims, is to manufacture fear and justify a one-world government with unlimited power and zero accountability. The ability to hoax an attack on our planet is real. And just a side note, remember, it was Wernher von Braun. Final words was that there would be, that the cabal would stage a fake alien invasion. So we've been warned. Israel is last. Israel halts all defense cooperation with France and cancels contracts after it blocked U.S. military supply flights to the country from flying over its airspace. Netanyahu in Israel was recently exposed as running the Vatican out of Ukraine and Israel. Thursday, April 2nd, worldwide blackout coming. Trump gives the go-ahead for a huge global military operation with EBS activation. Thousands of elites set to be arrested. Quantum Financial System on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has given the final go-ahead for historic global military operation as the world stands on the edge of the greatest awakening ever. This will turn on the emergency broadcast system and take down the whole deep state cabal. People who know say the plan to arrest thousands of powerful people who are involved in child trafficking and corruption will start on April 1st, 2026. In the next 48 hours, there will be a huge blackout around the world. There will be controlled lockdowns for 10 to 12 days. During certain 5-hour windows each day, citizens are told to stay inside while special forces make arrests. This is the storm that QAnons have been waiting for. The time when justice finally comes. Trump's loyal soldiers have been getting ready for years by mapping out underground tunnels and drug trafficking routes. White hat operators have already saved a lot of kids from these bad places. The deep state is in a panic because their empire is falling apart. When the EBS turns on, it will take over all mainstream media. Every screen will be full of the truth about election fraud, crimes by big pharma, and elite pedophile rings. Starlink will make sure that the broadcasts reach every part of the world. Special forces will hit their targets with accuracy, taking out corrupt billionaires and officials who are hiding in bunkers. Only Trump is in charge of the global military alliance. Stockpiles are ready so that patriots won't have to go through any pain during this change. This operation will bring back real sovereignty. Under NESARA GESARA, debts will be erased, borders will be protected, and the corrupt government will be destroyed. It's over for the Rothschilds, Clintons, Gates, and their friends. It's the golden age. Stay on the line, patriots. We are winning the light and the battle. A new republic is born. Emergency Broadcast System instructions given to military Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. This will ensure everyone is safely placed in their home and able to witness the historical moment that reveals all of the truths, cover-ups, etc. through the EBS, which is imminent. There must be a test and then a review of all occurrences and activities. The possible implications on a national and global level can be quite complicated, so things must be in alignment to the protocols. Yes, there are many consequences if things aren't done with precision and perfection. This is the practice run before the real one, folks, to see responses and accuracy to what is forthcoming, which changes humanity. We hear the schedule is now finally firm, but again, I'm just the messenger. Be ready to adjust if needed in regards to possible time changes. Only a select few know the moment of exact and precise timing of events. For security and other obvious reasons, it must be properly kept private. The EBS is going to air playing an 8-hour video. It will be replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. Communication darkness. During those 10 days of communication darkness, the following things will happen. We will receive 7 trumpets, aka EBS text messages on our phones, alerting us to tune into our TV at this time. Our phones will only work for 911, 911, and we are informed the Signal app, which is military encrypted, will be available. Our internet will not work during that time. Our ATMs will not work. After the 10 days of communication darkness, we will connect to a new quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of food and water. Be prepared with food, water, toilet paper, generators, etc. for this great awakening reveal. We are promised the new Starlink internet system by the end of the month. As we speak, the teams coordinating this important historic event are revamping the EBS to ensure that utmost security for all involved, so remain patient as things get finalized. They want to make certain there are not any interferences of any sort at all. Those making the plan won't want no one to panic whatsoever, because it's simply the release of the truth. After the EBS, and we've gone through the 10 days mainstream media blackout and sat through all the 24/7, 8-hour-long movies, do we go back to normal like business as usual? Answer is, after the EBS and 8-hour-long 24/7 movies, all will change. The life support attached to the old and evil systems will be pulled. Humanity and planet Earth simultaneously move to quantum reality, consciousness system, peace and prosperity, end of financial and human consciousness, enslavement. Old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce, etc. will all be dismantled and replaced. We will have new currency called the USN, US note, and gold-backed. The time is now to alert as many who will listen. Do not have too much pride. Go warn those you love, even though they think you're crazy. Your goal for others is truly to help absorb the shock of what is coming. Possible timing on February 20th, 2026. Congress passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act. In a historic midnight session, Congress officially passed the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA-2026. This legislation formally delists the Federal Reserve note as legal tender and recognizes the QFS gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic, signed by President Trump. The act was set to go into effect on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. On Wednesday, April 1st, the global currency reset and NESARA GESARA laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Black Swan event triggers a new golden age. Prosperity funds released. Trump's sovereign treasury replaces the collapsed Federal Reserve. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, event that will change the world. Tier 4B to receive emails with toll-free numbers to make redemption appointments. On Friday, April 3rd, President Trump will tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." Now that comes from the Q posts. On Friday to Sunday, 3rd, 4th, 5th of April, the $2,000 tariff dividend checks to go out to U.S. citizens age 18 and older. A month event for the next 3 years. Saturday, April 4th, EBS alert, the global blackout in all countries of the world will be on 4/4/2026. It will be in conjunction with the EBS emergency broadcast system. Martial law and mass arrests of pedophiles by the military, buy food, toilet paper, and medicine. This is a real alert. This is not a test. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Monday, April the 6th, Black Swan event. Petrodollar comes to an end. Global financial crash, prosperity, payments, and Jassara wealth drops begin. Wounded veterans and rescued dumb children move to the front for healing as the golden age accelerates. Jassara prosperity payments begin pouring into approved projects, empowering we the people to rebuild our republic. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, Quantum Financial System announcement. Thursday, April 2nd, the event scenario. A major global operation referred to as the event is described as a turning point of historic, even biblical proportions. Publicly, it may appear as a World War III level crisis, but beneath the surface, it is portrayed as a coordinated military activation across multiple nations. The objective is to dismantle powerful institutions and symbolic landmarks, long associated with hidden global control structures. Frequently cited locations include the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House, government complexes in Germany, facilities in China, and CERN on the Swiss-French border. This operation is said to unfold on multiple fronts simultaneously. Global disruption phase, April 2026. Air travel and rail systems are halted. Power grids experience widespread outages. Communication networks are interrupted as a transition to alternative energy and communication systems begins. Media and financial reset. Traditional financial systems and digital infrastructures, including stock markets and cryptocurrency networks, are disrupted or shut down. In their place, a new asset-backed financial system is introduced. Emergency broadcast activation. Military-controlled emergency broadcast systems, EBS, override all devices worldwide, delivering synchronized messaging across countries. This includes continuous broadcasts explaining the unfolding events. Blackout and transition. A temporary global blackout is described as necessary to shift infrastructure, energy systems, communications, and financial networks into new frameworks. Military governance phase. Temporary martial law is enacted globally. Military tribunals, disclosures, and public revelations are broadcast over a period of approximately 10 to 12 days. Revelation and reconstruction. Following the disruption, a period of rebuilding begins under a We the People framework, supported by newly released funds and restructured governance systems. Additional elements often included in this scenario: simulated war conditions, including sirens and emergency alerts, strategic cyber operations affecting global markets, large-scale military exercises coinciding with the transition, claims of advanced technologies being deployed for communication and defense. The narrative frames these events as both disruptive and transformative, intended to dismantle old systems and replace them with new global structures. Thursday, April 2nd, the Big Bang event, from the Bay of Pigs spark to the Quantum Jassara revolution, the beginning of a new world order, Tier 4B ISO 20022. This moment will not be remembered as the beginning of the universe, but as a Big Bang that will change the whole world. This will start a new era, just like the Bay of Pigs disaster did. The world is about to see a 3-day show that will shake every country to its core. When the chaos starts, you'll feel the calm before the storm. The only sound will be the military emergency broadcast system coming to life. What does it say? Governments all over the world have fallen, brought down by a force that was too strong to resist. That's just the start. A lot of people will be arrested, getting rid of the corrupt and oppressive old guard. The world is finally getting clean, getting ready for a new day of justice, but the show isn't over yet. Over the next 10 days, the implementation of NESARA GESARA, which is better known as Trump-SARA, will change our future. Trump-SARA will get rid of corrupt bureaucracies and put in place a small, efficient government made up of people who are not guilty of the sins of the past. It's not just a change in how things are run, it's a huge step forward for humanity. The quantum financial system is at the center of this change. Get rid of the shackles of central banks and secretive elites. Quantum computing powers the system, which makes sure that it is really open and accountable. And the vote? Blockchain technology will bring back real democracy through quantum voting. There will be no fraud or manipulation in counting every vote. Next, the quantum internet will break free from Silicon Valley oligarchs and government spying. This new system promises security like we've never seen before, making sure that information is free. But don't get me wrong, the people in charge right now won't give up easily. They'll do anything to keep things the way they are, but they know that their time is up. The flow of history is in our favor. We will win because the truth and our own creativity. The Big Bang is here, and it brings with it the promise of a future that is better and more free than anything we've ever known. There is no choice in the revolution. It is a destiny. Will you join us or stay behind in the dust? There's no more time to think. The storm is here, and there's no stopping it. Global financial system. Thursday, April 2nd, Trump signs executive order for asset-backed Bitcoin and crypto. Bitcoin. U.S. President has officially signed an executive order to position America as the world's leading center for Bitcoin and crypto. This move could transform the future of the entire industry. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. 97.5% of Canadians have refused to comply with the government's order to turn over their banned firearms. Soon authorities will go door to door to seize the weapons in their effort to disarm the nation's citizenry. How sad. Thursday, April 2nd, the French are now rising up against the tyrannical Macron government as they declare that France is a Christian nation. Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, Fox News President Trump is calling on Congress to end their 2-week vacation, stay in D.C. until DHS is fully reopened, while Senate Speaker John Thune is refusing to call back the Senate from their 2-week vacation in order to get DHS funded, saying it'd just be a show vote. Thursday, April 2nd, Trump is king of the Commonwealth. This is the most incredible news ever. Trump is the true king of the British Commonwealth. Thursday, April 2nd, oil isn't made from dinosaur fossils. It's naturally produced from within the earth, like the blood within our bodies. It's a renewable resource which can never run out. The scarcity tactics is used by the elite to promote them as fossil fuels. Because allegedly being fossil fuels, it means that it has to run out, therefore keeping the prices high. In fact, there is almost as much underground oil as there is water here on Earth. Shadow of Ezra 2.0 on Telegram. Thursday, April 2nd, Fox News. The CIA and USAID colluded against President Trump while using your taxpayer dollars. An Obama CIA analyst wrote the memo that led to President Trump's impeachment. The memo stemmed from the USAID-funded Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which received tens of millions of taxpayer dollars. OCCRP operated as an extension of the State Department and USAID, tied to the CIA's foreign color revolutions and regime change operations abroad. But now taxpayers were funding its CIA regime change operations right here at home against the President of the United States.
With regard to the lockdowns and the energy crisis, this is all part of the agenda. This has all been planned very, very carefully. And they're going to see what they can get away with. And there are many, many people still out there, which is incredibly disappointing for those people that are awakened, that will fall for it. Whether it's how far you can travel from your house, it was pointed out to me yesterday. You can only use your car on certain days because of the shortage of fuel, which I had a conversation with somebody yesterday about the price of fuel. The price of fuel went up to €2 a litre about a month ago. At certain garages around near where I live, back down to 145. That should tell you that this is all a scam. You don't just put the prices up and down as you want. And the price of crude oil, they keep saying, well, it's because of the Strait of Hormuz. Really? When did you get your fuel from the Strait of Hormuz? Just asking. Because they're lying to you, and you just fall for it every single time. Time to wake up to the truth. The other thing I'm going to talk about this morning is about what's happening in Lebanon. And I had a conversation with some Lebanese people yesterday who believe that Trump is in bed with Netanyahu. And from an outside perspective, if you don't know what's going on, you would agree with that. But this is fifth generation warfare. This is all about exposing the deep state, the cabal, and Netanyahu. And he's had to get very close to Netanyahu to find out what's going on. Because if you can't get on the inside, you can't dismantle it. And this is all part of the dismantling, the draining of the swamp. You have to get right inside the swamp to clean it all out. And that's what's happening right now. You might not like it, I might not like it, but the end result will be that the swamp will be drained. My next story is a very interesting one, that North Korea has now just delivered 500 intercontinental ballistic missiles to Iran. And the US and Israel do not have the capabilities to block these. They've already arrived. And now they've got a complete stockpile of these missiles that will do an awful lot of damage. It's very interesting how this pantomime is playing out. This is all part of the exposure. But I would suggest to you, don't live in fear. This is Easter. This is Friday. This is the Easter weekend. Have a wonderful weekend and be grateful that the Lord. Have a lovely weekend.
God bless, guys. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
On Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, the Supreme Court considered Trump's birthright case, the same day that the Pentagon confirmed. Iran's nuclear program is destroyed. Hegseth said it today. Not damaged, not degraded, destroyed. Their missiles are at the lowest count in 31 days. Desertions across every base. The regime is finished, but they haven't announced it yet. Why? Because what comes after the war is bigger than the war. The FBI just opened an investigation into emails between Ghislaine Maxwell and Prince Andrew. Same week, 3.5 million Epstein pages sit on a federal server. Same month, the king confirmed his trip to America. Same week, a congressman sent him a letter. Meet the survivors. Andrew's emails, Charles's visit, the files wide open. The crown is walking into a trap. Here's what no one is telling you. The Pentagon isn't just ending a war, they're seizing the ledger. Every transaction, every shell company, every wire from 1979 to 2024. Isfahan wasn't a military target. It was a filing cabinet. Iran's regime falls. The vaults open. The names come out. Epstein's files from the east. Isfahan's files from the west. Both unlocked in the same 30 days. That's not a war. That's an audit. April 1st isn't a joke. It's day one of the new system. Supreme Court rewrites citizenship. Pentagon closes the old war. FBI opens the old files. The king walks into the building that holds his secrets. 4 events, 1 date, 0 coincidences. Code April 1st. They told you April would be the cruelest month, and they weren't lying. Thursday, April 1st, President Trump looked into the camera on Thursday, April 1st and told you everything. You weren't listening the right way. Mr. Poole, the final chapter on Telegram. Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruin. The most powerful military machine on earth turned a 47-year-old regime into dust. But that's not the part they don't want you to hear. Listen again. He said, go to the Strait and just take it. He told the entire world to go and take the Strait of Hormuz. No president in history has ever said that. Not once, not in public, not on camera. He just gave away the most strategic choke point on earth on live television. Why? Because he doesn't need it anymore. The old system ran on oil. The old system needed Hormuz open. The old system needed Iran as the boogeyman to keep prices high and the petrodollar alive. Then he said, buy oil from the United States. That's not a suggestion. That's the new world order. One sentence. No treaty, no summit. No UN vote. America just became the world's gas station. He said it out loud. Then, the part nobody caught. We have all the cards. They have none. He wasn't talking about Iran. Iran is finished. He said it himself. Stone Age. He was talking about the ones watching. The ones in suits. The ones who funded both sides for 47 years and thought nobody would ever find the receipts. The receipts were under Isfahan. 13 soldiers gave their lives, not for oil, not for territory, for the files that prove who built the machine. Operation Epic Fury was never about Iran. It was about the ledger. And tonight, he told you it's almost done. Thursday, April 2nd, over 6,000 patents are being hidden from you right now. Medbed activation on Telegram. This is not a theory. This is a fact. The United States Patent and Trademark Office has a program called the Invention Secrecy Act of 1951. Under this law, any patent that is deemed a threat to national security can be classified and hidden from the public. As of 2023, there are 6,012 active secrecy orders on patents. Read that again. 6,012 inventions that someone created that work, that could change your life, locked in a vault. What kind of inventions get classified? Energy devices that could replace oils? Communication systems that could replace controlled media? The pattern is always the same. An inventor creates something revolutionary. They file a patent. The government reviews it. If it threatens $1 billion industry, it disappears. The inventor receives a letter. Your patent has been placed under a secrecy order. Disclosure of this invention is prohibited under penalty of law. They can't talk about it, they can't build it, they can't sell it, and you never hear about it. This is not happening in China or North Korea. This is happening in the land of the free. The vault is cracking open. The truth is leaking out, and they cannot stop what is.
It's like the fake Donald Trump, who's been around since June of 2025, replaced the real one, who we all miss. And as a reminder, what a jerk this guy is. Watch this him interacting with heads of state and flirting with Carolyn Levitt. Okay, this man is offensive, and he needs to be removed ASAP. The Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sanae came back to Japan after visiting the White House, saying she'd been humiliated, insulted, and would never visit the United States again. And Japan immediately made a deal to buy oil in yuan and dump the petrodollar. So well done, fake Donald Trump. You just alienated the most important ally the United States has, financially anyway. The sooner this guy goes, the better. Now, here's another example why these goofballs need to be removed from our screens. They need to be arrested in front of the cameras and taken away and to don't appear on our screens again. Listen to this reality show actor Pete Hegseth saying that the United States is a terrorist nation that bombs countries.
And I think
This goofball does not control the United States Armed Forces. They don't control anything. That's why they're being forced to use videos from video games, because they're out of the loop. The U.S. military is not obeying these people, and for very good reason, because they are not in charge of the United States, and they're not working for the United States. They're working for a cult that is trying to enslave us. And here is a rabbi from the Khazarian mafia, the Satanist side of the, pretending to be Jews, saying that they're going to enslave all of humanity, including China and the West. And they're not, okay? They're not going to enslave anybody. They're going to be taken down, and it's going to be for good this time. They're being hunted down, and we need to get more people on the case. And I'd especially like to talk to American military veterans who were fooled into risking their lives for these clowns. Take a look at this veteran talking about how the veterans are the biggest sleeper cell in America.
Man.
And like he says, they've been waiting for something. Well, this is it. The United States is officially bankrupt because of these people. They've taken all your money, and there's nothing left to take. And now it's time to remove their control of the financial system. And that can be done. I also recommend that the veterans descend on all the Chabad Lubavitch facilities, because they are not Jews. They are Satanists who are causing great trouble for the Jews, and they really, need to be dealt with permanently. And I mean arrested, taken in for questioning, and removed from all sorts of control over society. Including, here you can watch the fake Donald Trump honoring Rabbi Schneerson, who, calls non-Jews, which is not, I should say non-Satanists, because these aren't Jews. We can eat them, they say. They're going to kill 90% of humanity, they say. And here's this fake Trump and his handler, Howard Lutnick, showing exactly who they work for. They need to be taken in. They need to be removed from circulation. But the fact that their boss, the Rothschild bosses, are being taken down in Europe is a good sign. And there's also a big cleanup of the British royal family. This is an old video from Buckingham Palace, but it's worth reviewing, because you can see a child trying to escape from the palace. A naked child, obviously, probably in fear for his life. Prince William, who is now in charge of the British Royals, is not part of this cult. His real father is actually the King of Spain. He's a Habsburg, he's a Christian, and he's going to help clean up England. And if he doesn't, then he's got to be removed too, because enough is enough. These people have been causing trouble all over the world, and it is well overdue time for justice. And again, I'd like to remind the American people that you're not in debt. You're in a system of Babylonian debt slavery, which we are going to bring to an end. We need to have military white hats occupy the treasury, and I've negotiated with the Asians, because you really do have a trade deficit. You have been getting stuff from the rest of the world and not paying for it for more than 40 years. They're willing to write off all your debt as soon as you remove this satanic scum from your government and arrest all the pedophiles. Then all the debt will be written off. You'll have no more mortgages to pay. You'll have no more rent to pay. And, trillions and trillions of dollars will be used to rebuild your industry and your infrastructure. Another thing is, I noticed that since the U.S. government is bankrupt, airports are shutting down. I would recommend that the airlines charge a surtax on air tickets to hire back the, air traffic controllers. And I also suggest you get some advice from Japan. Here in Japan, I can show up at Haneda Airport 15 minutes before my flight and catch it. to anywhere in domestic flights, and you don't have to go through all that humiliating body searches and stuff that they do. So the whole federal government needs to be shut down, and the U.S. military will be taken care of as long as they clean up the mess. But it is happening, folks. We're finally getting to the point where these ancient cults of Satan worshippers are going to be removed from control of the West, and never, ever, ever again be allowed to try to seize power, because they were caught in the act. Let's face it. They're still trying to spread bioweapons. There's no negotiating with these people. They need to be rounded up, all of them. That's what has to be done, and it is happening. The raids on the Edmond de Rothschild Bank are very, very important. And I previously found in Bank of Japan documents that they control the Bank of Japan, and I'm pretty sure they also control the Fed and all the other banks, in conjunction with the British Rothschilds. Although the British Rothschilds are not the same kind of people. I've been interacting with them, and they support the idea of a future planning agency and working on behalf of humanity. So it's the De Rothschilds that seem to be the problem. But of course, we don't want any, secret family in charge of the financial system. This needs to be open, and it needs to be available for everyone to see and participate in. And that's what we'll be working on. And as a reminder of what happens when you have a government that actually is trying to make the country better instead of trying to rip people off. Take a look at this latest clip from China, where people can go up a mountain in an escalator. And this is the sort of thing they build for their people, instead of wasting all their money that have nothing to do with the United States, which is what your current government does with your money. So take a look, and that's the sort of thing we can do in the United States as soon as these filth are removed, and it will happen. It is happening. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question today. It says, no evidence exists in search results of Chinese elders giving away U.S. Treasury bonds. China holds $761 billion in U.S. Treasuries as the second largest foreign owner, with experts warning a mass sell-off could spike U.S. borrowing costs and disrupt markets. But no reports mention elders or gifting. Related topics include the U.S. pension funds investing $68 to $73 billion in China since 2020, despite security risks, and U.S. bondholders seeking repayments on $1.6 trillion in century-old Chinese debt. Where did you get the information on China getting rid of USA bonds?
First of all, the internet in the English-speaking world is completely censored and useless. It's not a source of information anymore. It's a source of mind control. I am an analog reporter. I physically meet people face to face. I've actually met members of the Dragon family. I've physically held the bonds in my hand. We've taken them, and I can deliver these bonds to the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. I've called the Treasury representative. This is real. They have real gold. And, the Chinese are not supporting Howard Lutnick and that whole fake Trump regime, and are not going to. They're pulling the plug. They have pulled the plug. And if you look at the data, you'll see that the biggest buyers of U.S. Treasuries are crypto coins and little offshore places like the Cayman Islands. In other words, it's completely fraudulent now. Nobody's buying these bonds. That's the reality. So again, trust the analog world and stay away from too much of the disinformation on the internet. Just go look at the grocery stores and see what's happening to prices with your own eyes and your own wallet. And you'll know that everything they're putting out now is lies about the economy in the U.S. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In your March 13th Q&A, you said Scott Bessent will be hunted down if he doesn't use the bonds the Dragon family supplied to the United States through him. However, you then say that this madness has to stop and the military needs to take action. On one hand, you say action will be taken. On the other hand, you say the military needs to take action. So is the Dragon family going to act, or are you waiting for the military? Has either side definitely said that they will move on Besant?
I'm not going to say any more. I said that he got one warning, and that's all he got. And the point is that we need the official U.S. government to accept a kind offer to write off all your debts and finance reconstruction of your beautiful country, which is I share with you as a Canadian. And this will happen, but it has to be an official government representative to acknowledge this. And since they're not, we're facing no choice but to shut them down, and this is going to cause hardship for the American people. But just watch and see, okay? Talking is over. You watch and see what happens. Next question.
Hi Ben, you say the only ships being blocked in Israel, in the Strait of Hormuz are ours and Israel's, but we do not get oil from the Middle East at all. We have kept the strait open for decades for the rest of the world, mostly Asia, and it seems to be that most of the oil that comes through the strait is primarily for Asia and mostly China. So where do you have this information that the United States' oil is being blocked from the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's not United States oil. What's happening is, for example, since the United States invaded Iraq on, false charges, all the Iraqi oil revenue has been going to the owners of the Federal Reserve Board, and it's that money and that oil that's being cut off. So it's not American oil; it's American controlled oil that is being blocked, and that's not the American people, but the oligarchs like the Rockefellers who are being blocked. Next question.
Hi Ben, Joe Kent was a Bernie supporter. He has been excluded from secret information for several months now due to him being suspected of leaking said secret information. So, in my opinion, he was certainly not in the loop of the information regarding why we went to war with Iran, and I don't think he is going to be a valuable source of opinion on Iran. What are your thoughts on this, specifically in regards to Joe Kent leaking information?
Well, I don't have any information. All I know is that as soon as he criticized Israel and Israeli control of the United States military, suddenly they said he's leaking information and they're going to prosecute him. This is the same FBI that hasn't arrested a single. And I think he was sort of like me. I was the Asia Pacific bureau chief for Forbes magazine. That's about as high as you can get before you hit the glass ceiling where the people who really control the planet are. And he was in the same. He could see the people running the White House, but since he wasn't part of that little club, he could only look at from the outside. And when he tried to do stuff about terrorism inside the United States, which was his job, and the chief source of terrorism in the United States is Israel, then he was blocked. And so he quit in disgust. That's what I know about him. And that's what you should be looking at. This war on Iran is about stealing money because the United States has run out, and they're losing the Iraqi money. That's what this is about. So that's what I have to say on that. Next question.
Hi Ben, we have our last question for today. Although I do like your bright future dream, it doesn't seem to be reasonable in the United States. China, Russia, Iran, etc. are not going to risk their soldiers and equipment to help 90% of Americans that want to go against their government. They probably could be paid to do it. Why don't we pay them the west coast of the United States and Alaska in order to free the United States from our governmental tyranny?
What the Asians have offered is to hire the U.S. military to free the American people, to make sure that they continue to get their paychecks and maintain their, organizational integrity, in exchange for, cleaning up the satanic filth who have taken over your political system. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week.
The tabulators purely do catch up to what they already know is stolen, or in reverse, which we've seen with ballot harvesting, where the tabulators have to make the quick adjustment and then all the ballots come in into the middle of the night. It seems clear as day that that's actually fact. It's not even conjecture after talking to these county clerks and these ROVs, because they will not admit that there's a hole in the election. So I got one yesterday. I'm not going to name her. I don't want to throw her under the bus, because she had a long conversation with me in her office, which I love. I let her go, just let her talk, let her believe her elections are secure, so on and so forth. But then I asked that one question. Said, hey, when it gets to the tabulator, where are your cameras located? Oh, we've got one about 40 feet back there. I said, so your cameras cannot see the ballot itself before and after it enters the tabulator? No. I said, don't you see that to be a problem? Well, I guess maybe we can tighten things up. I go, well, yeah. I mean, if you just put a $50 camera, which we've already shown them how to do, when they're putting the ballot in the tabulator, and a $50 camera when it's exiting the tabulator, at least if the tabulator makes a mistake, intentional or unintentional, right now we know immediately. And that's why this transparency system that we created is so, so important. Scott, what do you have to say?
My first thought was when that answer came out, I was like, okay, cut the bullshit. That's the only response I have for any of the nonsense. Whatever reason they say, cut the fucking bullshit. A camera 40 feet back here. This is supposed to look, guys, we all know this. This is even below common sense thinking, right? It's absurdity, and it's such an insult. It's an insult to any of us when you have to point out something that a third grader could point out. Hey, shouldn't that camera be right over here? It's a crime scene, crime syndicate. And that's why, man, I mad respect for you taking this thing on and going after this at that level. But do you remember I tried to talk you out of it? I'm like, is there any way I can talk you out of this? Because
you did.
The bullshit that you're going to deal with in that machine, I worked in that machine for 10 years, and the crazy stuff. It was so bad back in the late 90s, 2000, 2004. This is how corrupt it was. I'd have my teams in precincts around Los Angeles. I was precinct captain on election day. So by law, and here's what everybody does. They go in, if they say Republicans and Democrat helpers can do this, they go in to the precincts on election day. Can I see the rolls to see who voted and who didn't? And what you do, those who hadn't voted yet, you tabulate that, send it to the phone banks, and then your phone people start calling voters. Hey, encourage them to come out and vote. So what would happen? It is Los Angeles. Democrats are running all these things. So I'd get calls, and basically I was an enforcer. I'd get calls, Scott, they won't give me the voter rolls. Okay, where are you? I'll be right over. I'd walk in. I was in better shape then, a little bigger. I'd walk in with my, jeans, biker boots on, tight t-shirt, walk in, look around, beeline right to the voter rolls. Where are the voter rolls? Hand them over. Here. And I'd hand them my people, outdoor go. Another ring. Where are you? I'm on my way. That's what I did all day. It was so absurd even back then. I'm thinking, how this thing is lost, and obviously it's much worse today. It's more like a Sunday morning cartoon watching this stuff. But I pray, honestly, that through this evolution we're in, that there is, the overarching power of we the people, pushing hard enough that, whoever steps in, the military, whatever, to say, okay, we are taking control. This is an absolute crime scene. We're taking control elections, whatever legislation they got to pass, burning all the voter rolls and starting again. And Jovan Pulitzer and I had a show and several discussions on if you go to Twitter, X, type in the search thing, hashtag burn the voter rolls. Type that in there. Go to the 2 videos, watch one of those videos he has up there, and you'll see the picture. Because there's 30 to 40 million fraudulent voters in this country. And if we don't burn these rolls and start, again, like Trump said, one thing that Trump said during this week, I'm watching it, State of the Union, we need voter ID, whatever else he said. And I'm like, you better freaking say it, because that isn't enough. People come across the border. These criminal governors will give anybody a social security number, and with that number, they can get a driver's license. And with that driver's license, they can go vote. And then Trump, when he said this during the State of the Union, and he says, and we need proof of citizenship, I'm like, you better say that, man. You better say that, because without proof of citizenship, they're still going to steal elections, period. Anyways, so there's a lot.
They don't even need that to steal elections, because when the voter rolls are so jacked up, I audited one city on my own. I took the voter rolls, I separated them within a spreadsheet, put everything around, and 42% of those voters should have been invalid. 42%. So we know those are going out and getting the duplicates. I know, because I had a roommate in our house several years ago, and he's still getting a ballot at our house, and he lives in Oklahoma now. So it is absolutely ridiculous the way that it is. The challenge, Scott, you may know this, is when we purge the voter rolls, they're right there on the back end, entering them back in again.
Of course they are.
Crazy. We've seen it firsthand, and it just blew us away. Bruce, what do you have to say about this? I know you're deep into this in investigations.
Well, I mean, it is insane. I mean, it doesn't take a lot. You don't have to be a rocket scientist. And that's, I think, one of the intentional situations that they have placed upon us via programming, MK Ultra, brainwashing, or whatever you want to call it. And they've complicated it, all the legalese and all the legislations like that. Because here in Florida, same thing. We have, rules, laws in place for them to go through and clean the rolls, but that process that they have to go through and clean out those rolls is so laborious and so ridiculous. I mean, it's nearly impossible for them to want to, or to have the ability to remove somebody. They give so much deference to keeping people on the rolls, and that's why the bloating is always happening. We've seen it. I mean, I think it's Harmeet Dillon that's working with the DOJ, requesting the voter rolls from all the states, and there's many of the blue states are fighting in court. Many of the red states have submitted them already, so that they can kind of correlate. And this is just common sense. That you should have to. I mean, this is another thing that's frustrating. If there's very few people that really give a shit, right? I mean, 350 million people in the United States, and the last couple elections were allegedly super high turnout. In the 150-ish or so million people voting, so that's less than half. And then, with what Scott said, 30 to 40 million, we know. So, I mean, there's still 100 million people that are voting, or 200 million people that aren't voting. People don't care, right? And there's a lot of people that have that apathy, that have given up. They don't even consider voting. They know it's a corrupt system, so they don't even play the game. And that's part of the problem. They should purge the rolls, and you should have to re-register. It should be, I would think it would be an obligation as a civic duty for you to be able to vote, to have to vote. Make it a national holiday. Trump's talked about that. Many people have talked about making it a national holiday, instead of, the absentee voting that just we know is rife with criminality. That needs to be curtailed back to what it was supposed to be. Right? Overseas people, disabled people, very specific and intentional reasons why people will get a mail-in ballot. Not just send out a ballot to every friggin' address that's in the state, and then you got people sitting there collecting them. We've seen it, California specific, even just recently. They're paying homeless people to sign these petitions to get these things on the voter roll, or on the ballot. These initiatives. California's constitution is pretty clear, and it's very easy for we the people to take control and get stuff on, but they have manipulated, obfuscated, and stolen that ability, and they're just paying homeless people to sign fake names on these things to get stuff on the ballot. So, you know, until we can get something straightened out, man, we're facing an uphill battle. I see slow progress happening, but it's not quick enough to happen for these midterms, and that's one of the scariest things that's, you know, could potentially happen is they steal it, we lose the House and or the Senate, and then it's over for doing anything with Congress, because then everything in the next 2 years is going to be impeachments and prosecutions and, you know, dragging Trump and his family and everybody that's associated with Trump into Congress and doing all these bullshit hearings. So we have to step up, and there's just not enough people willing to put their life or put their money where their mouth is and stand up. So this is where the battle that we have between now and November to try to get this thing to happen.
Yeah, for sure. But, you know, a lot of you guys understand construction, building cars, and so on and so forth. When it's a mess, you bring it down to its foundation, and you have to rebuild it. But on Earth, I wouldn't understand why we wouldn't just do the same thing with the voter rolls in the election system. It's just bring it down to its foundation and just rebuild it. It seems like a no-brainer. We know why we won't do it, because there's so much corruption involved. Michael, as an ex-Californian, perched on the other side of the border, stalking California from your site, what do you think?
That's true. I am stalking. So waiting for you to win so I can come back. So you know, it's a lot bigger. It's a lot bigger than California. It's a lot bigger than the United States. It's you know, deep state activities, CIA level stuff. So I can take you guys back several years, all the way back to 2004 and 5, when I was in Afghanistan, talking to the chief of station, who's I can't tell you who he was, but because I don't want to give him away, but he told me that the election would be won by Hamid Karzai, and it was won, and there was no way he could win, because there was enough of the bad guys that were going to come in and vote that they would have put whoever they wanted in, and that wouldn't have been good. So I started to see that, you know, this manipulation goes, you know, around the world, and President Trump, you know, God bless him, you know, he found his way into through the system to the top, and now we're collapsing the system. Will it be soon enough by the midterms? If it's not, then we're going to lose California for sure. It will be gone forever. It will be problems within many other states that are deeply rooted in deep state activities, and it goes even further again, because you see in California, where your governor has basically hijacked the infrastructure for fuel. So now we're in the Middle East again, and I think Trump, just like he did with Operation Warp Speed, he accelerated that you know, takedown of America in the world, so that it would put them off footing and eventually collapse their desire to control the world. If Hillary had won, it definitely would have been. So now I think he's basically accelerated another takedown of the world, very, very similar to what we saw in the lockdowns back in 2001. So this time they're going to do it with no fuel. All right. So they're going to try and take out the fuel. It's already happening. Australia is already starting to lock down to a certain extent. Shelves empty. It's the same process, probably worse, unfortunately, that's coming for us. So drawing the light to this early on, hopefully, you know, we'll continue to be able to do this, because, you know, they took us all down when we were trying to warn everybody back then. So I'm putting out the warning right now. We're heading for another lockdown, right? It is coming. It's a tsunami that's coming. And if we get to the high ground right now, we'll survive it. But unless we do, we won't. And people like yourself, Lewis, whether you win or not, you're bringing enough attention to this. I know your God talked to you and had you come and, you know, run. So maybe you're going to get to the top. Maybe you bring enough information to turn things around. I know that President Trump has also started the oil to start to flow again offshore. So will the environmentalists come in and shut that down again like they have in the past? I don't know. It's probably in the court system right now trying to stop it. But it's probably California will be the first to start to ration, I would say, because you have a governor there that's running for president and he wants to make an impact. So it's you guys in California, and I'm watching from the other side. I'm like, oh, buddy, here we go again.
It's interesting to say that. So, being a native of California, I actually grew up through gasoline rationing in the 70s, where it was. I remember it was if you had an odd number on your plate, you can go Monday, Wednesday, I think. Friday, and even number could be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, something to that effect. Now, here's what's interesting, and this is the lack of common sense from the deep state. So for some reason, they thought the best thing to do is have you go every other day to the gas station. Somehow that rations gas, and you're going to use less gas, but you're sitting in a line that's a mile long with your car on, getting to the pump. I mean, even when I was a kid, I'm like, how is this saving gasoline? It's ludicrous. And we jump through the hoops and so on and so forth. I could absolutely see that around the corner. Now, this is where we have to inject some common sense, and I wish sometimes, and I know, okay, let's assume there's a plan. If there's a plan, I'm wrong. But if there's not a plan, Trump could do better at the messaging from his standpoint. So, for example, suddenly gas prices, especially in California, have just skyrocketed during ever since we bombed